Check, 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 check. Okay, we're ready. Getting ready for Lady Eagle softball on Lee County Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Just giving an audio check to for Tiff, my monitor for this game. Thank you. I got the message that you have video, and now hopefully you'll have audio, and the levels should be about right. Thank you. and welcome into Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball on Lee County Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan at home, Sportsman's Field, Veterans Memorial Complex here, and the special fields looking very good today because it is so windy and it's nice. I think the only way that we are getting these games played today on such a windy day is the fact that it's artificial surface everywhere. So that's nice. We don't have a whole lot of dirt and dust in the air. We do, but it's not just right. It's up in the air. It's not just right over the fields and in our faces here. So, and that wind is coming out of the northeast, and so that's really behind. It's blowing straight out from home plate out to center field. You can see the flag. It's blowing basically from northeast, from right behind the media booth to the southwest. So, and it is definitely gusty and cold, so that's still going to be a factor in the games. But these games are scheduled. They're going to be played. They're the last two games of the regular season for both of these two teams, and it comes down to these two games as Carlsbad comes in 22-2 on the season. The only games they've lost have been to Las Cruces Mayfield and Las Cruces Centennial, the number 1 ranked team in 5A in the state. Carlsbad is ranked number 3 in New Mexico 5A. Hobbs comes in at 14-10 overall, 8-2 in district. The only 2 district games they have lost have been to Carlsbad. So Hobbs is looking to try to knock Carlsbad off in 1, if not 2 of these games. If they can get at least 1 win against Carlsbad this afternoon, that would go a long way toward maybe moving them up in the standings, and it will affect who they will play, because it definitely is looking like Hobbs will make the playoffs in at least the first round of the playoffs, the play-in game. They must win to move on to the state tournament. And those games are going to be next Friday and Saturday. We won't know the seedings. We won't know for sure until Sunday when the NMAA will do the seedings. So that's what's happening here. And we are getting ready. Everybody bundled up because the wind is definitely a chilly one. And it's just going to get a little colder as the sun is behind clouds completely. It's an overcast sky right now. But, of course, as night falls, it's definitely going to get a little chillier, so people here are bundled up but ready for hot softball action, as it's very definitely important. Carlsbad's coming in, and Hobbs maybe can take advantage if Carlsbad takes Hobbs too lightly here. Hobbs may jump up and surprise them. They're certainly capable of it. I think they've got Hobbs ranked too low right now at number 12 in state 5A, and I think that they're a better team than that. And nothing wrong with that. That's definitely high enough to get them into the first round of the playoffs. But, yeah, I definitely think that they are capable of defeating Carlsbad. We'll just have to see. So thank you very much for listening. We're going to take a break and play some of our sponsors. We thank all of our sponsors so very much for supporting Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball and helping bring you these games by video and audio on Lee County Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. So starting off, let's go ahead and get the players announced, as they are actually being announced through the loudspeaker up here. Starting with Carlsbad, batting first will be number 7, Faith Aragon, your pitcher. Number 2 will be number 20, Kaleon Fuentes, your right fielder. Also batting third for Carlsbad, number 21, Johanna Aragon at third base. Batting fourth, number 17, Maddie Flacco on first base. Batting fifth will be number 8, Hannah Martinez, your shortstop. Batting sixth will be number 2, Hannah Sanders, your designated player or a batter. And batting seventh will be number 11, Haven Schoolcraft, playing center field. Batting eighth is number 9, Natalie Nahar. She is playing second base for Carlsbad. Batting ninth will be number 3, Aislinn Witzel, the catcher. And of course, not batting will be the flex player, number 5, Kirsten Guevara, playing in left field for Carlsbad. The bench or reserve players, number 18, Aubrey Hernandez, number 13, Jasmine Lopez, number 4, Paris Weldon, number 10, Bianca Villa, and number 15, Shay McAvoy. Your Hobbs Lady Eagles. Batting first will be number 5, Mariah Jimenez in right field. Batting second will be number 1, Edith Chavez in center field. Number 3, Batting third, that is number 13, Kaya Boyle at second base. Batting fourth, 16, Carissa Garcia, your first baseman. Batting fifth, number 8, Marissa Young at third base. Batting sixth, number 7, Cameron Harrison in left field. Batting seventh, number 20, Anaya Rodriguez, your catcher. And batting eighth, number 6, Angel Jimenez, your designated player. Batting ninth, number 10, Candace Harrison, your shortstop. And your flex players, number 3, Kenzie Bennett, your starting pitcher. The reserve or bench players are number 4, Allison Garcia, number 9, Camry Bennett, number 11, Yaraceli Medina, number 14, Hannah Sauter, number 15, Alexis Martinez, and number 17, Hannah Granillo. Hobbs is coming off of a pair of wins over Clovis on Tuesday night in Clovis, and those were games that they very much dominated. The first one was 19-2. And the second victory was 14-1. So good momentum coming into these games against Carlsbad. We'll take a break for the national anthem and be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball.
We know that you want to make the most out of your time. At Lee County State Bank, we believe banking should be quick and easy. That's why we're proud to provide video banking to our customers. Save time and a trip to the bank and meet with a video banker instead. Getting started is easy. Download the LCSB Connect app, create a profile, bank from anywhere. Not a customer yet? No problem. You can use a video banking app to open an account too. Download the app today and start banking from anywhere.
Visit onlinelcsb.com. Lee County State Bank, member FDIC.
Forest Tire cares about your time. You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County Sports YouTube, News and Sports YouTube, that is, and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and thank you for joining us for a doubleheader against Carlsbad. Final 2 games of the season for both of these teams, and it's fitting that it comes down to these 2 teams that, have been really perennial foes in so many sports and in all season long, of course. And for the last several seasons, Hobbs and Carlsbad, have done battle. And Carlsbad has a very strong program, has for decades. Hobbs has definitely had success and wins against Carlsbad, and they really need to pull it all together here. And as I said earlier, try to knock off Carlsbad in at least one of these games, if not both of them. I know these girls are playing for wins in both, and they should go all out. So let's get this first game started. And leading off, number 1, or batting first, that is, number 7, Faith Otagon, your pitcher. And the first pitch comes in from Kenzie Bennett, and it is a call, strike 1. So 0-1 the count. Bennett's on the mound, Rodriguez behind the plate, Garcia at first, Boyle at second, Young at third, Candace Harrison at short. Left to right in the outfield, Cameron Harrison, Chavez, and Jimenez. Swing and a hard hit grounder between first and second base. Goes out to right field. Jimenez picks that up and throws that in. Carlsbad is in business on the second pitch thrown. That's a single with Aragon at first. And there will be a courtesy runner for her, I believe. Is that right? Or no? Nope, she is going to run, at least to start with. So, and maybe all. So no outs, 1 runner on, and Fuentes to the plate. And that is going to miss outside for ball one. So 1-0 the count, one runner on. First game of this doubleheader against Carlsbad. Hobbs visited Carlsbad for a doubleheader a couple of weeks ago, and now they're hosting. Shows bunt, lays a butte down, but Bennett's ready for it. Comes in and fires over to first, and then the throw gets away. And, whoa, good thing for the backup right there as, wow, very nice, as Bennett doing exactly what she's supposed to do in that situation after making the throw, going over to backup. And that came in handy, but on that throw that got away at second base, Aragon went all the way over to third. So it was a sack bunt by Fuentes, and brings up Aragon. A sack bunt to move the runner around for 1 out. So 1 out, and the first pitch is in, and it is a ball. So 1-0 the count on Johanna Aragon, your third baseman for Carlsbad. That is going to miss outside for ball two. But 1 out, 1 on. That's Faith Aragon on third. In scoring position for Carlsbad. But Hobbs would like to keep her from crossing the plate. Get a couple more outs here. A high fly ball could be over the fence, and it is. Yes, it is a 2-run homer for Johanna Aragon. So a 2-run home run over the left field fence is going to score the first 2 runs for Carlsbad. So a 2-run home run gives Carlsbad the early lead, but 1 out, and Hobbs just needs to bear down, try to get the other 2 outs, and get in the dugout and try to get some runs across for themselves on the board. So 1 out, nobody on base now. And number 17, Madi Flacco, your first baseman up to the plate. She bats in the cleanup position for Carlsbad. That's going to miss outside for ball one. So 1-0 the count. Flacco playing first base for the Cave Girls. That is going to just miss as Bennett threw a little off-speed breaking ball, broke just a little too much, and did not catch the corner. 2-0 the count now. 2-0 the count on Flacco. That is a beautiful pitch right down the pike. So strike one as Flacco gave it a look. She leaned on it, did not offer. 2-1 the count. 1 out, nobody on. Top of the first inning here at Veterans Memorial Complex, the home of the Lady Eagles. And that's going to miss, just miss. I think it caught the corner, but maybe just a little low. So 3-1 the count now. Up, nice pitch, caught the outside corner, and Flacco leaned on it. But again, kept the bat on the shoulder. Now the count is full. 1 out, full count, nobody on. Hobbs would like to go ahead and get 2 more outs pretty efficiently, and that is going to be a walk. So Flacco is on first base with a walk. Brings up number 8, Hannah Martinez, your shortstop, to the plate, batting in the 5th slot. Sanders, the designated player on deck, Schoolcraft in the hole, but Hobbs would like to get 2 outs and have it not get that far deep into the lineup. That's going to miss low and outside for ball number 1. So 1 out, 1 on. Martinez at the plate. Martinez plays shortstop for the Cave Girls. That is going to miss low and outside for ball number 2. The wind, sustained wind. The thing of it is that the wind today is it's sustained at probably at least 15 to 20 miles all the time, and then gusting stronger at times. Beautiful pitch, yes. It's the outside corner. Bennett, not kind of an off-speed breaking ball. She is capable of a lot more pop in the glove, but she's varying her speeds, just trying to pitch smart. And that is going to miss just a bit outside. 3-1 the count. One out, one on, runner on first. Flacco reaching on the walk. And that is going to miss. So Flacco moves to second. Martinez to first on the walk. Brings up number 2, Hannah Sanders, the designated player, to the plate. Schoolcraft on deck and Nahar in the hole. But runners at first and second. Now the infield has some, some bases to work with in terms of some options, throwing runners out. That is going to miss low and outside for ball number 1. So 1-0 the count. And that's a beautiful pitch. That catches the corner. So that's the pitch that Bennett is looking for to catch the corner to be called by the ump. He's, as all umpires are, he's got his zone, and he's being very consistent and picky about that. But as long as you know what to expect, 2-1 is the count. Have to say a thank you to our officials. With every ball that's pitched, with every call that's made, the umpire makes one team and one set of fans very happy, makes the other team and the other set of fans very unhappy. It's a difficult job, and these men and women do it all over the state, and without them, we don't have games. And it has happened in this district season that there have been a few games moved around because of a lack of umpires. And that pitch is a ball. 3-1 the count now on Sanders. 1 out, 2 on. A swing and a foul down the right field line as Sanders couldn't help herself. That was floating over the outside corner, and I think she felt like that was callable as a strike, so she spoiled that off to the right. Hit that with the end of her bat just a little late, so counts full. 1 out, runners at first and second. Sanders with a full count here in the top of the first inning. Carlsbad leading 2-0. And a hit right up the middle is going to hit Harrison's shoulder, and that's going to score 1 before the throw comes in. And unfortunately, I have to call that an error, even though really she was in front of it. She got her glove down on it. It took a funny hop and hit her in the shoulder. She didn't get a glove on it. And so it's a really difficult on the line. But it did score 1. That's always tough when you're in the infield. The ball can do funny things, even on the artificial surface. Ooh, nice pitch and a snap throw down to third, trying to get Martinez off the bag. As Sanders on the throw was able to get over to second. So runners at second and third now. 1 out. 1 more run has scored. There's a line drive out between center and left field that will score 1. It'll score 2 as Schoolcraft gets to second on a 2 RBI double. A very solid hit ball. So 2 more score. And now it's 5-0, and here comes Coach Dean Crossland to the plate as 5 runs across. Schoolcraft out on second base, just the 1 out. Nahar on deck, Witzel in the hole, and then back up to the top of the order. But we'll see. I think Crossland's just talking to the girls. We'll see if he makes any changes. I think he's just talking. He's not going over the umpires, which would indicate a change in pitching or otherwise. So I think the Hobbs girls, they're just saying, hey, let's just refocus and worry about 1 out at a time. Get these 2 outs, and then don't worry about the runs. Get in the dugout and worry about getting the bat swinging then. So Nahar is at the bat. 1 out, 1 runner on. Top of the first. And a beautiful pitch. Bennett bringing the heat and hitting the outside corner for strike one against Nahar. Bennett, very capable pitcher. She's got a lot of stamina. She obviously trains well, pitches. She's able to pitch back-to-back double games and a double header. I think last week it was. That's going to miss outside for ball one. So 1-1 the count on Nahar. And there's a ground ball going over to first. Garcia picks it up, taps first. So out number 2, 3 unassisted on a ground out by Nahar for the second out. It does move Schoolcraft over to third base. So 2 outs now. 1 runner on. And the bottom of the order, number 3, Aislinn Witzel, the catcher, up to the plate. Right-handed batter. Hobbs would like to get this batter out or throw the runner out, one of the two, and prevent another run, and that's a call strike on the outside corner. Again, a nice pitch by Bennett with Rodriguez behind the plate. A swing and a miss as Witzel was way out in front, and Bennett brought it over. She took a little speed off of it, brought over the inside corner, and Witzel swung over it, and too soon, so nice. 0-2 count now on Witzel with 2 outs and 1 runner on third base. That is going to miss outside, although that's where Rodriguez shifted over, asking for Bennett to go ahead and throw a breaking ball over the corner. It just broke too early and too much. 1-2 count, though. And a swing and a miss, and she is out as Bennett threw a changeup, floated it over a little high over the outside corner, and Witzel went for it. Swing and a miss, and out number 3, strikeout number 1 for Bennett. So we are going to go to the bottom of the first inning. Hobbs coming up the plate. They've got some work to do. They trail 5-0, but we'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. We would be on Hobbs Sports YouTube, but we have baseball games going on in Carlsbad. So the first of a 3-game, I guess the second 2 games of that series. It began last night with Carlsbad here first, and then the other 2 games this afternoon in the Cave City. So we are on the Lee County News and Sports YouTube instead and HobbsAmerica.com. But thank you for finding us and for watching and listening to Hobbs Lady Eagle softball. Thanks to all of the sponsors. And we are ready to get the bats cooking for the Hobbs Lady Eagles. That's what they want, as it's the bottom of the first inning. And in the top of the first, Carlsbad put on 5 runs on 3 hits, was 1 error, and 1 left on base. So, bottom of the first inning. And Hobbs girls coming up. Number 5, Mariah Jimenez, your right fielder, will be up first. Batting second is Edith Chavez, your center fielder. Batting third is Kaya Boyle at second base. So that's 1, 2, 3. At the plate, on deck in hole for the Lady Eagles. On the mound is Aragon, Faith Aragon for Carlsbad. Witzel behind the plate. Flacco at first, Najar at second, Johanna Aragon at third, Martinez at short. And from left to right in the outfield, Guevara, Schoolcraft, and Fuentes. And here we are, ready for the bottom of the first. And the first pitch in is a swing and a miss. Strike, a nice fastball over the plate. But Jimenez took a good cut at it, and I think she just swung on it. And I think she actually was a little early. As, Hobbs knows, they face good pitching. Aragon and Schoolcraft are the two starting pitchers, anyway, for Carlsbad. So that's going to miss high and inside for ball one. 1-1 the count on Jimenez. Jimenez was very ready for that first pitch and a little anxious, just swung a little early and a little over it. But she can definitely get a piece of one and bring in the heat. Aragon hit the outside corner on a fastball, breaking ball. 1-2 the count now on Jimenez, trying to get something started for Hobbs. They need base runners and need timely hitting to move them in. And strike three. So actually Aragon painted the outside corner again, but she took just a little speed off of that. So out one, strikeout one for Aragon, and it brings up Chavez, the center fielder, to the plate. One out, nobody on. Oh, it's weird. Shouldn't be. And that is going to miss outside. So, sorry, I'm busy looking at messages about tech things going on. Back to the game here as it's a 1-1 count on Chavez. One out, nobody on. That is going to miss outside for ball number 2. So 2-1 the count. Chavez is the batter. Boyle on deck. Garcia in the hole now for Hobbs. They would very much like to go ahead and get a runner on by hook or crook, get him home. And that's going to be a ground ball to the shortstop. Martinez picks it up, fires to first just in time. Chavez pretty speedy. And that ball, actually, Martinez was playing pretty deep out there at short. And that ball took a little bit of time to get to her. And she made a bullet of a throw, and that's the only thing that managed to get Chavez out, because Chavez was hoofing down to first. So scored in the book 6-3 for out number 2. And that brings up Boyle to the plate. A swing and a hot grounder is going to find its way just beyond the third baseman as Aragon reached for it. Martinez couldn't get over there in time. A nice hot grounder found its way out into left field. Guevara picked it up, made the throw to second to keep Boyle on, but she is on first base, and Hobbs is in business with their first base runner of this ball game. So good time for a little 2-out rally as number 16, Carissa Garcia, your cleanup hitter, come to the plate. Garcia, your first baseman. She's very capable of parking it, even against good pitching. And a swing and a miss as Aragon brought the heat and slid it across the outside corner, but Garcia with a good cut at it. Just a little bit late. If she can dial in on the speed and try to get Boyle around or even in. 0-1 count. That's a swing and a miss as well as Aragon. Again, on the outside corner, she took a little speed off of it for strike number 2. 2 outs, 1 runner on. Hate to waste that good single by Boyle and leave her stranded. So like to get a runner in. Keep this going. Swing and a miss. So three straight pitches on the outside corner, and Garcia goes down swinging. So 4 up, 3 down as Hobbs scores no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. We go to the top of the second inning. Carlsbad leading 5-0, and we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And apparently, we have lost audio. Everything was fine, and then suddenly it's not fine. As audio on my mic is okay, we've lost audio on our sponsor spots, our commercials. So I will say a big thank you to Lasco, to NMR Pipeline, to Eunice Public Schools, to Robinson and Associates, to Hobbs Rental, Devon, Hobbs Express, SunGuard, and going back to Lee County State Bank, Forest Tire, Thriftway, and First American Bank Hobbs. Thank you to our sponsors. We'll try to work on that and figure out what has changed and what has gone wrong. They were playing just fine since the beginning, since before the game. So here we are, top of the second inning, top of the lineup, as Faith Aragon steps up, and it looks like she hits one out of the park on the first pitch she sees, and it goes out between left and center. Just to the west of the flagpole out there. So that is a solo home run for Faith Aragon, and it makes the score 6-0 here in the top of the second inning. Top of the second, solo homer. Aragon crosses the plate. She had a single and scored her last time up, and now the solo homer. She's definitely 2 for 2. So Hobbs just needs to shake it off, put it behind him, and realize they still have 3 outs to get. And Fuentes up to the plate. She had a sac bunt that moved a runner her first time up. So Kalian Fuentes, your right fielder, first pitch misses high and outside for ball 1. So no outs, nobody on. Johanna Aragon is on deck, and Flacco in the hole. 1-0 count. And that's a miss high and outside for ball number 2. 2-0 the count. And 3-0 count, so Bennett needs to find the zone. Take sign probably is on. So if she throws a strike, finds the zone, then she can maybe still get this batter. And she takes some speed off of it, but finds the outside corner for strike 1. And yes, I think the take sign was on. Fuentes leaned on it, watched it, but didn't even flinch as far as bringing the bat around. 3-1 the count now. And that is going to hit the outside corner. Nice pitch. And 3-2 count now. Full count on Fuentes. No outs, nobody on. Hobbs needs to shut things down. Try not to allow any more runs by Carlsbad in this at bat. And that's a high fly ball headed out to right field. It's going to hit the fence, pop up. Jimenez plays it very well and throws in. Nice throw to Harrison covering second base. And if Fuentes hadn't really been on her horse and hurrying, that ball, that throw might have gotten her. But as it is a stand-up double for Fuentes. Solidly hit ball. She's out on second base in scoring position. That brings up number 21, Johanna Aragon, third baseman, up to the plate. She had the 2-run home run her first at bat. That is going to hit the outside corner for strike number 1. So 0-1 the count on Aragon. I think Bennett probably going to pitch a little bit carefully to her, maybe around the outside edges of the strike zone. And yes, a pitch just like it. Aragon this time leaned and flinched both, but did not offer. Didn't move the bat off the shoulder, but she thought about it. Now she'll have to, with 2 strikes on her, protecting the plate. 0-2 count. And swing, and a foul goes off out of play to the right, so a high fly foul just keeps the count 0-2. Carlsbad has stepped up, been very aggressive at the plate. They're a very good team. Good hitters, good fundamentals, that is, and another foul out of play off to the right. Count remains 0-2 as Aragon fighting off pitches and Bennett hanging tough in the circle as well. And it is difficult pitching into the wind like this. A swing and a high fly ball. Is it staying fair? No, it goes foul. And Jimenez hustles over, tries to get it, but can't get there in time. Good hustle, though. So count remains 0-2. And this is about, I think, the probably the sixth or seventh pitch to Fuentes in this at bat. Swing and a high fly ball headed out to center field. Chavez is under it, on it, throws it, catches it, hangs on to it, and throws it to third. A good throw. It pulls Young, just a little bit off the bag, but Young is right there, and Bennett came over to back her up, and Fuentes reaches third safely. So Aragon, call that a sac fly RBI. Not an RBI, just a sac fly to move the runner for the first out. And there's a ground ball headed to Young at third. She throws, and it is going to be out, as the throw was low, but Garcia dug it out and hung on to it. She had a good stretch as well. And there really was not enough time with a very speedy Fuentes about halfway to home by the time that ball got to Young. It was not a hot grounder. And so Hobbs traded the run for the out. And Flacco with the sac fly. Aragon had the fly out to center field on that good catch and good throw out there. So a sac fly, but it did bring Fuentes in. And now it's 7-0. There's a foul off to the right over by the Hobbs dugout, as Martinez with 2 strikes on her now, 0-2. 2 outs. Sorry, I'm just adjusting, catching the score bug up. With the outs, fly out to center, and then the sac. That is going to miss just outside. So number 8, Martinez, the shortstop, with a 1-2 count on her now. 2 outs, nobody on. And it is going to remain fair. A little shallow hit out to shallow right field. A little Texas leaguer just going to barely, by about a foot and a half, be fair just beyond the first base bag. So just too far for Garcia to be able to go back on it, and way too far for Jimenez to be able to catch it. But she comes in on it, makes a good catch, and Martinez has a single. Sanders up to the plate, designated player. She reached on an error and scored her last time up. So 2 outs, 1 runner on. That's a beautiful pitch. It catches the outside corner. So Bennett has started zoning that breaking ball, that outside corner, really working it now, and the ump is calling it. So 0-1. Schoolcraft on deck, Nahara in the hole, but with 3 outs on there is a fly ball headed out to right field. Oh, a nice play. Jimenez has to drift back, put her glove up, and just barely be able to reach that and hang on to it. A nice job out in right field. So a fly out to right field for the 3rd out, and that ends the at-bat for Carlsbad. They put 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. So we go to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Hobbs coming up to bat. They trail 7-0, and we'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And here we are in the bottom of the second inning with your Hobbs Lady Eagles trailing in the heart of the order, up 5, 6, and 7. Young up to the plate first, her first plate appearance, as I've been trying to solve the audio problem on our commercial, so getting things caught up right now. And a swing and a foul off to the left. It's a high fly ball in foul territory, and everybody goes for it, but it is caught by Guevara in left field as Martinez, the shortstop, and Otagon, the third baseman, all went for it. So unfortunately, a foul pop to left field is out number 1 for the Lady Eagles, but number 7, Cameron Harrison, up to the plate. The Hobbs girls wanting to get base runners, try to bring them around, get some runs on the board. Trailing 7-0 here. The first pitch is going to be outside for ball 1, so a good eye from Harrison, as it is Faith Otagon on the mound, or in the circle rather, for Carlsbad. And that is going to miss high for ball number 2. It was over the plate, but above the letters, so 2-0 the count on Harrison. Rodriguez on deck, and Jimenez in the hole. Swing and a miss as Aragon brings the heat. So strike number 1. 2-1 the count. As Hobbs hearing some encouraging words from the fans here in the stands. Nice to have home games to end the season. That misses high and inside for ball 3. So 3-1 the count on Harrison. So nice to be able to, not have to travel for the final games of the season, but also to be able to have more fans in the stands here, as they didn't have to travel either. That is going to hit the outside corner. Yes, that's a pitch that the ump has been calling, with Bennett in the circle as well. So Hobbs is going to have to be ready. And now, of course, Harrison with 2 strikes on her, a full count, going to have to protect the plate. Going to swing at anything that looks like it's going to catch that outside corner, and she makes contact, fouls it off, and spoils it off, and stays alive at the bat. So Harrison with the full count now. 1 out, nobody on, bottom of the second. Hobbs trying to get runners on. We're early in the game. They've got time. And as they see more, if they're coming up to the bat, see Aragon more, maybe we'll be able to get more hits. Swing and a foul again off to the right to hang tough at the plate. So still full count. Rodriguez, the catcher, another capable hitter coming up on deck, and then Jimenez in the hole. Hobbs, Lady Eagles with a very nice season. 14-10 overall, 8-2 in district, with the only losses. And that's outside for ball 4. Harrison works a walk, and Hobbs is in business, as there's 1 out and now 1 on. And Rodriguez to the plate. Left-handed batter, your catcher. And Hobbs' only district losses have been to this team, the Cave Girls. And the Cave Girls have only lost 2 games this whole season to the number 1 ranked team in New Mexico 5A, Centennial out of Las Cruces, and to Las Cruces Mayfield. And Mayfield is really not ranked very high. They're down there, I think, around 8, 9, 10, something like that. But that loss to Mayfield was early on. That is going to miss high and outside, and that'll even up the count, 1-1 after a swing and a miss. 1-1 count on Rodriguez, trying to bring a runner around and in. Hobbs trailing 7-0, but they can get something cooking right here. That's going to miss inside, low and inside for ball 2. So 2-1 on Rodriguez. A cold wind still blowing out pretty much straight from behind the plate to center field. That's going to miss inside as well. So 3-1, as I know Aragon she knows that Rodriguez is a capable hitter for Hobbs and has home runs this season, as capable of parking it. And I think she is trying to jam her up on the inside, but she's missing the zone. Swing and a miss as Rodriguez takes a cut at a fastball over the plate. Now the count is full. So full count, 1 out, 1 on, runner on first. Hobbs would like to move her around and in. And a swing and a foul tip. Yep, and that's it. It was caught. It was a foul tip, but it was caught by the catcher. So a strikeout for out number 2, and that is the 3rd strikeout for Aragon. But I think all of those strikeouts, I've written them down with the K facing the right way, so I think they have all been, Lady Eagles have gone down swinging. That is going to hit the outside corner as Aragon took a little off of that. It was an off-speed breaking ball, hit the outside corner. Snap throw down to first. Does not catch Harrison off base. So 0-1 count. Jimenez, designated player, designated hitter, batter, in the lineup for Hobbs. And a swing and a miss at a pitch I think would have been a call. Strike just over the inside corner and just under the letters. So 0-2 count on Jimenez. This is her first plate appearance. Hobbs put 4 batters up in their first at bat, bottom of the first. That hits the outside corner, a call. Strike 3 for a strikeout. That's the 4th strikeout for Aragon, and that ends the at bat for Hobbs. So they put on no runs, on no hits, no errors, 1 left on base. And we're going to go to the top of the 3rd inning with Carlsbad coming back up to the plate, and they lead this one 7-0. So we'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And just say a very big thank you again to our sponsors, Lee County State Bank, Forest Tire, Thriftway, First American Bank Hobbs, Lasco, NMR Pipeline, EPS Hobbs, Robinson and Associates, Hobbs Rental, Devon, Hobbs Express, and SunGuard. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And up first is Haven Schoolcraft, center fielder. 7, 8, and 9, bottom of the order coming up for Carlsbad. And a 1-0 count. So top of the 3rd, 1-0 count. Schoolcraft up to the plate. Nahar on deck, Witzel in the hole. That is going to be inside for ball number 2. So 2-0 on Schoolcraft. Oh, 3-0. Sorry about that. Sorry, I was still fiddling with the tech. Came back during this after the first couple of pitches on this batter, and that is going to hit the outside corner. And Rodriguez kind of framed that up a little bit for the ump, but I still think it caught the corner. And he has certainly not been generous with the corners. He's been very exacting with them. So 3-1 is the count. And that is going to hit the outside corner as well. So a full count now. Full count. 2 really good pitches by Bennett catching the corner. First batter up for Carlsbad. Hobbs would like to get her out. That's going to miss. Ball 4. Kind of hung up in Bennett's hand. Something kind of went wrong. That's about, Bennett's been very, very close to the plate. And that's about as far out of the zone as we've seen so far in this performance in the circle. So Nahar, the second base player, is at bat now. She got put out, and there's a grounder headed to Harrison. And Harrison picks it up and thinks that she does not have a play at first because Nahar is so fast. And by that time, Schoolcraft was almost at second, so she picked it up, and there was no play. So a bobble there is going to put Nahar on first and no outs. So it was a hot grounder, and she made the play, the stop, and very well, and just did not have a throw. So Witzel is up the plate, bottom of the order. That's going to miss a little outside. So 1-0 the count now. No outs, runners at first and second. And after Witzel, it will be the top of the order. A swing and a foul off over to the screen to the left. So strike number 1. So 1-1 the count. Shows bunt and lays one down. Bennett comes off the mound, turns around and throws, and there should have been somebody covering first, and nobody was there. Boyle was headed that direction, and the ball sailed, and one runner came across. So Schoolcraft was able to score, makes it 8-0. Still no outs, and Witzel with a bunt, and Bennett played that very well, turned around and fired, and the throw was right there at first. It's just nobody was there. Of course, Garcia came in on the bunt, as she's supposed to do, and just a error in the field allowed the run across. Nahar ends up on third, and Witzel now on second. Ought to go in at the plate, top of the order. And that is going to miss outside and will be ball number 2. So 2-0 the count. And that pitch is going to miss outside as well. So 3 balls on Aragon. The pitcher, leadoff hitter. She had a solo home run her last time up. She had a single and scored her first time up. She's 2 for 2. Bennett being careful in pitching to her. And that runs inside and high. And Aragon works a walk, and that loads the bases. Not the worst thing in the world, as that puts a force on any base if Carlsbad hits it around the infield. That would be certainly something Hobbs would prefer. Even maybe get a double playable ball. That is going to miss outside for ball number 1. 1-0 the count. No outs. Bases are loaded here in the top of the 3rd inning. Carlsbad leading 8-0. And that hits the outside corner. Strike 1. 1-1 the count. A couple of uncharacteristic errors in the field for Hobbs, and a couple of mental lapses have given Carlsbad the opportunities to exploit even further in this game. So 2-1 the count. And Hobbs just having a little difficulty getting anything going at the bat. Ooh, nice swing and a miss. She got Fuentes chasing on the outside corner. So 2-2 the count. You know, it just takes a little bit to swing the momentum in your favor. And when you're down a little bit, it feels like it's not possible, but Hobbs is closer than they think to being able to change the nature of the game here and try to get something going. They need to work outs and try to get Carlsbad out without giving any more runs or many more. There's a foul off toward the Hobbs dugout. Count remains full, 3-2. But Carlsbad has definitely had the edge and the momentum in this game really from the very beginning. Hobbs is going to try their best to do something about that. They need to try to shut them down right here. A swing and a grounder is going to get to third base. Is it going to be called a fair ball? I think it is, because Young reached the glove out. It was in fair territory right there by the bag. Nope, they're going to say it was foul. And I think that's a good call, because I think she was reaching and the ball itself, she was in fair territory, but I think the ball was across the line. So it's a foul ball. Just count remains 3-2. Swing and a line drive shot going out to center field. Chavez has it, makes the throw in, and the throw over to third is going to get the runner running to third, but it does score. It's going to score two. It's going to score two, and then one. No, it's okay. So who is they called her seven? I think there was just a question at first. So one was thrown out. The bases were loaded, and Nahar came home, and I think the courtesy runner for Witzel came home, and there's a foul. This is Fuentes at the plate, or this is Aragon at the plate now, and Fuentes had the nope, that's right, the sac fly. That's true. Just the one came home, and one was thrown out, and one went back to first. All right, so 9-0, or 9-1. 9. Oh, and that gets the throw gets away and out into center field. So that is going to move. That's going to move the runner over to second base, and there is a fly ball headed out to right field, and Jimenez has it to end the inning. So third out, Aragon is going to be up when, or Flacco will be up next after the next time that Carlsbad comes up to bat. So Aragon with a fly out to right field. So a fly out to center, fly out to right. That ends the threat, but not before Carlsbad puts one run across, and they do it on just the bunt RBI single. So one run on one hit, one error, and one left on base. So we're going to go to the bottom of the third inning. Hobbs coming up to the plate, and it is 9-0. For a moment there, the scoreboard said 9-1, but it is 9-0, and Hobbs is going to try to change that and get hopefully more than one run across here as we go to the bottom of the third. And we'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. In the top of the third, Carlsbad put on 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error, 1 left on base. Flacco will be starting it off for Carlsbad when they come up to the plate, but first it's the Hobbs Lady Eagles' turn here in the bottom of the third inning. Let's get back to the scorebook. Just acknowledge our sponsors again. Thank you very much. Having some technical problems with this board again, so we're not playing those commercials, but that's okay. We acknowledge our sponsors anyway. First pitch is in, a ball on Candace Harrison. Bottom of the order for Hobbs, 9 and then 1 and 2 up. So Hobbs is just now batting with Harrison. They have batted around 1 complete time in this game. Harrison, the shortstop for Hobbs, shows bunt, and it spins back to the backstop for a strike. So 1 and 2 the count now on Harrison. 1 and 2. As Hobbs just trying to get a runner on and get something started. They desperately need base runners and runs here, trailing 9-0 in the bottom of the third inning here against Carlsbad. Oh, check swing. She did not go, and the ball was high and outside. So 2 and 2 the count. And you could very clearly see the angle as Harrison stopped that bat before it came around. So 2 and 2 the count. Nobody out, nobody on, and a swing and a miss for a strikeout, and that is out number 1. And another strikeout. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is the 5th strikeout for Aragon, Faith Aragon of Carlsbad, and brings up the top of the order now. Mariah Jimenez struck out her first time up, but she has seen the pitches, and maybe she's ready to hit now. And that's going to come in a little high and inside for ball 1. So Jimenez looking to get something started for Hobbs. Try to break this shutout that is going on. It's a 1-hit shutout so far. Boyle has the only hit for Hobbs so far in this game. Swing and a miss as a fastball, a little bit of a riser. Jimenez cutting at that one and evens it up 1 and 1. So Hobbs fans hollering out encouragement to the Hobbs ladies, trying to get something going at the bat. Swing and a miss. A little bit late and a little under that one. 1 and 2 the count. Chavez on deck and Boyle in the hole for Hobbs. And that's another strikeout. So strikeout number 6 for Aragon. That brings up Chavez, the center fielder. She's been busy out in center field. She's caught a couple of flies out there. And doing a good job out in the field, trying to get something at the plate going here for Hobbs. 2 outs, nobody on. First pitch is in, a ball, so 1-0 count if Chavez can get on by some means. And then Boyle, who has already, she has a hit, but she got stranded back in the bottom of the first inning. Boyle on deck, Garcia in the hole now. And there's a foul off, out of play off to the right, so 1-1 count. 2 outs, nobody on, bottom of the third. And a swing and a miss as Aragon took a little speed off of that and threw it over the center, yes. Chavez could not connect with it, so 1 and 2 the count. 2 outs, nobody on. 1 and 2 count. Here we are, bottom of the third inning. Carlsbad leading 9-0. A swing and a miss, and 3 up, 3 down as Aragon strikes out the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base, so we're going to go to the top of the 4th inning. Carlsbad leading 9-0. Top of the 4th coming up. with more Lady Eagle softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. It's on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. So we're in the top of the 4th inning. Get everything set back. Still trying to get our commercials to play through the board. Just not happening, but doing what I can, taking some video, and that's putting me a little off the game here. So got to get back. 2-1 is the count against Flacco, and a high pop foul. It's called by Harrison over near second base, and it drifts a little. She has to go back with it and catch that in sort of shallow center field, just to her side of that second bag. So a pop out to 6 in the books for out number 1, and that should help Hobbs. 1 out, 1 batter, 1 out here. And number 8, Hannah Martinez, your shortstop, up to the plate. She had a single and got stranded her last time up, had a walk and scored her first time up. And the first pitch is in. It's going to be low for ball number 1. Low and outside. 1-0 the count, 1 out, nobody on here. Top of the 4th inning. Carlsbad is leading 9-0. That is going to miss inside for ball number 2. So 2-0 the count. After Flacco, the first baseman, popped out to the shortstop. Sanders is on deck. Schoolcraft in the hole for the Cave Girls. Hobbs would like it not to get that far. That's a line drive shot out between center and left field. Chavez comes in on it, makes the grab, the good stop, and the good throw to second base, and Martinez is on with a single. So 1 out, 1 on. And that brings up Sanders, the designated player, to the plate. She had a fly out. She had a fly out to right field her last time up. She reached on an error and scored her first time up. So she is 0 for 2. With 1 out, 1 on. And that is going to be just a little low and outside for ball 1. 1-0 the count. As Bennett has a strikeout and 2 walks in the circle so far in this game. And that hits the outside corner. Beautiful pitch. 1-1 the count. 1 out, 1 runner on. That is Martinez at first. Still a chilly, windy afternoon. The first of a doubleheader here. The final games of the regular season for both of these teams. And a line drive shot out between center and left field. Harrison plays it off the wall, makes a throw into Harrison, the shortstop, drifting over to the third base, and that's going to move the runner and give Sanders a single. So Martinez on second now, Sanders on first. 1 out, 2 on. Schoolcraft to the plate. Schoolcraft is the other pitcher for Carlsbad. Expect to see her in the second game of this doubleheader. That is going to miss outside for ball 1. 1-0 the count. Schoolcraft worked a walk and scored her last time up. She hit a 2 RBI double and got stranded her first time up. So she is at the plate with a 1-0 count. A swing and a miss as she goes for one. A little low and outside and misses. So 1-1 count on Schoolcraft with 1 out, 2 on. Hobbs Lady Eagles. A little glimmer of sunshine trying to break through the clouds over there in the west. A little high and inside for ball 2. And a foul off out of play to the right evens up the count 2-2. As most of the teams, some of the smaller schools are still playing games next week. But for the 1A, 2A, 3A teams, oh, and a swing and a miss as Schoolcraft maybe protecting the plate, chases one and goes down swinging for the second out. And that's the second strikeout for Bennett, and a good one. So 2 outs now. 2 outs, 2 on. Nahar, the second baseman, to the plate. She reached on an error and scored her last time up. She had a ground out to the first baseman. And there's a ground ball that Boyle scoops up and tosses over to Harrison, covering second base, to get the force. So Sanders gets thrown out at second base on a 4-6 play for the third out. So pretty efficient, good fielding, good pitching for Hobbs. 4 up, 3 down, and no runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 runner. Well, actually it would be 2 because technically Nahar reached on the fielder's choice. So Nahar reaches on the fielder's choice, so technically 2 left on, with 1 of them thrown out. And that's going to bring us to the bottom of the 4th inning as Hobbs will come up. And again, they are trailing 9-0, so they need to get some runs on the board if they can. And it'll be the heart of the order when they do. 3, 4, 5 up. And we'll be back with Lady Eagle Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball. Again, thank you very much to our sponsors. Lee County State Bank, Forest Tire, Thriftway, First American Bank, Hobbs. Also Lasco, Innomar Pipeline, Eunice Public Schools, or EPS rather, EPS Hobbs, Robinson and Associates, Hobbs Rental, Devon, Hobbs Express, and SunGuard. Coming up, Kaya Boyle will be up first, and then Garcia, and then Young. So the heart of the order, 3, 4, and 5 for Hobbs. Kaya Boyle has the only Hobbs hit of this game. It was a single in her first at-bat, and she got stranded. First pitch is on the outside corner, a heater for a call, strike 1. 0-1 the count. Swing and a miss, a fastball that hit the outside corner, had some break on it, and a little rise on it, looked like, too. 0-2 the count. Boyle with a couple of good swings, as Aragon is really getting in the groove here in the circle. There's a swing and a foul back to stay alive at the plate. So 0-2 still the count as Aragon, a good pitcher, and seems like she's just getting a little faster as the game goes on. She has 6 strikeouts, and she has issued a walk, though. So Hobbs has had 2 base runners with the Boyle single and Harrison's walk. And that is going to be strike 3. So Boyle strikes out, hangs tough at the bat for a while, but ultimately falls. That brings number 16, Carissa Garcia, to the plate. First baseman for Hobbs. She did strike out in her first plate appearance. This is her second time up, looking for a little redemption, and she's certainly capable of hitting solid balls. Hot grounders, soaring air balls, and she can park it, and that comes in high. Garcia leaves it alone. She looked at it, flinched a little. 1-0 the count, 1 out, nobody on. Here, bottom of the 4th, 9-0 your score. Cave Girls leading. The first of a doubleheader here in Hobbs. And Aragon took some speed off of that. Got Garcia ahead of it. 1-1 the count. Young on deck, Harrison in the hole for Hobbs. As they really need base runners, need to move them around and in. Swing and a miss. Outside corner. 1-2. It was good that Garcia swung at it because I think it would have been a call strike. But Garcia just having a little trouble dialing in on Aragon's work in the circle here, as have many of the Hobbs Lady Eagles. Lets that one go high and outside for ball 2, so evens up the count, 2-2. 1 out, nobody on. Bottom of the 4th, Hobbs running out of time. And a swing and a good cut at that. Sends a ball out of play off to the right. Count remains 2-2. Garcia's got a lot of power. If she can just dial in, get the timing down. Of course, Aragon's moving the ball around and varying her speeds as well, just like that. Took a little speed off of it, and Garcia struck out for out number 2. Out number 2 here in the bottom of the 4th, 9-0 your score. Marissa Young, your third baseman, to the plate. And she hit a high pop fly that was foul but caught. Her first time to the plate in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Swing and fouled that one off as well. So Young with a good cut at it. But 0-1 the count now. 2 outs, nobody on. Bottom of the 4th. I was saying that the smaller schools still have games next week, but that's because for the 1A, 2, and I believe 3A schools, they will play their first round. There is no play-in game next weekend for those schools. And that's going to be high and outside for ball 1, as they all will go and play their first round of the tournament at the state tournament on that Tuesday, the first day of competition at state tournament, not next week, but the week after. It's the 4A and 5A schools that are finishing up this weekend. Swing and a miss. So strike 2 for Young. And seeding for baseball and the 4A, 5A softball will come out this Sunday by the NMAA. So we'll know who's playing whom and where that one and done play-in game will be for everybody. That's going to stay high and inside for ball 2. 2-2 the count now on Young. He's got a good eye. Fouled one off, fouled a couple off. Trying to get a 2-out rally starting for Hobbs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Oh, and that hits her. Oh, and ouch. Ball coming in is definitely hit her. I don't know if it was the hip or the rib. May have caught her hand. I think it did. I think it caught one of her hands as well. And so she's going to take her base and she's going to work it out. Maybe her elbow. I think she's grabbing her elbow. So a hit by pitch puts a runner on, 2 outs and 1 on now. As you hate for anybody to get hurt and bruised, but Hobbs could use the base runner, and now they have one. Harrison up to the plate now. She worked a walk and got stranded her last time up.
Now batting for the Lady Eagles, number 7, Cameron
Harrison, your left fielder, with Anaya Rodriguez, the catcher, on deck, and Angel Jimenez, designated player, in the hole for Hobbs. And they would like to get that far and then some, as now they do have a runner on first. That is Young. And Harrison takes a cut at it. That ball ran up kind of inside and high, and she hit it on the small part of the bat near her hand, fouled it off to the right for strike one. 0-1 the count. Hobbs looking to try to move that runner around and in, as the score is 9-0. Carlsbad leading at this point. And that is going to be high. Harrison doesn't chase. Wisely leaves that alone. Kind of has to move out of the way out of it just a little bit. 1-1 the count. One runner on. Young hit by pitch. And Aragon has struck out 9 now. Yep, 9 strikeouts. And 1 walk and 1 hit batter. And 1-2 count now on Harrison. And she fouls that one off, stays alive at the plate. A nice cut at that, but fouls it off out of play to the right. So 1-2 count remains. Harrison with a good eye, worked that walk, but got stranded, as the only base runners for Hobbs have been Boyle in the first, Harrison with a single. Boyle had the single in the first. Harrison had the walk in the second. And then the Young with the hit by pitch here in this at-bat. And a swing and a miss. So that is strikeout number 10 for Aragon, out number 3 for Hobbs. They put a runner on, but not able to get any runs in. No runs on no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. So we will go to the top of the 5th inning. Hobbs really needs to hold Carlsbad scoreless in this at-bat, as they did in the last at-bat for Carlsbad. In the top of the 4th inning, Carlsbad did not score any runs for the first time in this game, and Hobbs needs to try to duplicate that and then get in the dugout and come up with some runs of their own. So 3 outs. We'll move to the top of the 5th inning with Carlsbad coming back under the plate. We'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Top of the 5th inning, Carlsbad coming to the plate. It's the bottom of the order. Batting in the 9th position, number 3, Aislinn Witzel, the catcher. She had a bunt RBI single her last time up. She struck out her first time up. And the first pitch is in, and it's a ball. So 1-0 the count on Witzel, as it would be good for Hobbs to get this batter, if they can, get this out. I wonder if she'll try to show bunt. There's nobody on base. And that was the reason she bunted last time, was try to bunt them around and in. She was able to do that. Second pitch is a strike. Outside corner, 1-1 the count. And there's a hit, a grounder to Harrison at short. She picks it up, fires to first, but not in time. The infield is playing in traditional spots. Well back second, Boyle and Harrison respecting the bats of Carlsbad. But, you know, a few of these hits have actually not been that hard. And I don't know, it might be good for some of the shortstop and second base to move in a little bit. I mean, there was no better way to play that ball. Harrison did what she could. She got to it, picked it up, and made the throw. But by the time she even threw, Witzel was on base, and now she has a courtesy runner for her. So a runner on first, and top of the order, Faith Aragon back up to the plate. And she fouls off one out of play to the right. So strike one with one runner on an infield single. And the pitch comes in. That's going to be a ball. 1-1 the count on Aragon, the pitcher. She walked and got stranded her last time up, had a solo home run and a single her other 2 plate appearances. 4th plate appearance, and she's 2 for 2. And there's a high fly ball. I think that's out of the park, and it is gone. Yes, that is the second home run that Faith Aragon has hit. And that is going to make it 10-0 Carlsbad. And it's only the top of the 5th inning. Hobbs will have a chance to bat. It's a 10, if you're 10 runs ahead after 5, then it's a 10-run rule. You can be 15 runs ahead after 3 as well, but Hobbs, as the home team, will get a chance to bat, and that's actually 11. Yes, that is 11-1. Now, it's an RBI, a 2-run home run, because the courtesy runner for Witzel was on first. So a 2-run home run, not a solo, and Aragon. It makes it 11-0, not 10-0. I misspoke there. So 11-0. And the base is cleaned off, of course. No outs. And Fuentes up to the plate. Right fielder. Swing and a hit right back to the circle. And Bennett picks it up, throws over to first for the first out. So score at 1-3 in the books. As Fuentes, she had a fly out, a long fly hit ball her last time up. So getting her to ground out to the pitcher is a good job, and that's the first out. 1 out, nobody on. Number 21, Johanna Aragon, your third baseman, to the plate. She had a fly out to the right field her last time up. First pitch is going to be high and outside for ball 1. So Aragon had a fly out to right field, a fly out to center field, and a 2-run homer her first time up to the plate. She's 1 for 3. 4th plate appearance. Carlsbad leading this one 11-0. And that's a little hit that goes foul down the third base line for strike 1. So count is even, 1-1, 1 out, nobody on. After Aragon smacked the 2-run home run and increased Carlsbad's lead 11-0. Again, Hobbs will have a chance to bat and try to not have this game end in 5 innings, but they've got to get 2 more outs before they get to the dugout to do that. And that was a ball, so 2-1 the count on Aragon. That is going to miss outside for ball 3, 3-1 the count. As no matter what happens with this game and the next, Hobbs right now ranked number 12. Definitely looks like they will be in the playoffs and have a chance to play. That is a high fly ball headed to right field, and it is going to hit the fence and bounce out. Chavez makes the throw, and do they get her? No. Makes a good throw to second base, and Aragon slides in safely. So she's got a double, a well-hit ball, but it came off the fence, and Chavez played that very well. It took a funny hop off of the fence. Chavez threw that in, made a good throw, almost got Aragon out at second. So 1 out, 1 on, 11-0 is your score. Maddie Flacco, your first baseman, up to the plate. She had a pop out to the shortstop her last time up. She had a sac fly her second time up, a walk and cross the plate her first time up. So she's 0 for 2 officially. And the first pitch is in, a strike, 0-1 the count on Flacco. And that is going to be low for ball 1, even up the count, 1-1. Top of the 5th inning here. Carlsbad leading 11-0. 1 out, 1 runner on. Swing and a high fly ball headed over to right field. Coming under to Boyle. She called for it, grabs it, and keeps it for out number 2. So Flacco has a high fly or a pop out to position 4 in the books for the second out. So Hobbs just needs to get this third out, get to the dugout, and get at least 2 runs across so they can keep from having an early end to this game. Martinez up to the plate now. Swing and a foul off out of play to the right for strike number 1. 2 outs, 1 runner on. Aragon out in scoring position for Carlsbad. 2 runs have crossed in this at bat for Carlsbad. Hobbs held them scoreless in the top of the 4th. They'd like to go ahead and get the third out without giving up any more runs. That's going to be a line drive shot out to shallow center. Chavez comes in on it, makes a good play and a good throw into Garcia near the circle, but it will not be in time, as that will score Aragon from second. Just a line drive shot out to center. Couldn't have been played any better as Chavez made the stop and the throw in. And Martinez with an RBI single sits on first. Hannah Sanders, designated player, up to the plate now. And that is just going to miss. I guess just a little low and outside for ball number 1. So 1-0 the count. As Sanders hit a single and then got thrown out, going to second for the third out in Carlsbad's at-bat in the top of the 4th. And that's going to hit the outside corner for strike 1. So 1-1 the count now. 2 outs, no runner on first. Martinez after hitting the RBI single. Sanders also hit a fly out to right field and reached on an error and scored. So she is 1 for 3. That ball comes in. It is a ball. 2-1 the count. As the wind dying down just a bit here at times. Not nearly as strong as it was earlier. Still a cold one, though. That's a foul off to the right. Hits the screen. Rodriguez goes and gets that. 2-2 the count now on Sanders. And it is 12-0. 12-0 your score after that last run across the plate. RBI single by Martinez, bringing in Aragon. That was Johanna Aragon. And a ball brings the count full. 3-2 the count now on Hannah Sanders, your designated player for Carlsbad. They lead this one 12-0. And ball 4 as Sanders works a walk. And that moves Martinez over to second, brings up Schoolcraft to the plate. She struck out her last time up, walked and scored her second time to the plate, hit a 2 RBI double and got stranded her first time up. So 2 outs, 2 on in the top of the 5th inning here. Carlsbad at the plate, leading 12-0. That is going to hit the outside corner for strike 1. So 0-1 count. As Bennett worked a 2-2 count on her and then got her to chase outside for that strikeout the last time up. And this, she hits right back to Bennett in the circle, picks it off, and throws it over to Garcia at first for the third out. So Schoolcraft grounds out to the pitcher for the third out, and that ends Carlsbad's at-bat, but not before they put on 3 runs. They do that on 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. 3 runs on 4 hits, no errors, and 2 left on base. So we will go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Hobbs trails 12-0. They've got to put on 3 runs to avoid the end of this game. And we will be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and here we are in the bottom of the 5th inning. Carlsbad leading this one 12-0, and that means Hobbs needs to get it to score at least 3 runs. 12-2 would still be a 10-run rule win for Carlsbad at the end of this at-bat. So Hobbs has got to get the bats going. It's do or die time for them right now. And the first pitch is in, and it's a strike right down the plate, right down the center of the plate. 0-1 on the leadoff batter for Hobbs, number 20, Anaya Rodriguez, your catcher. Second plate appearance for Rodriguez, looking to get something started for Hobbs. They must get some runs on and bring them in. And a good crack of the bat, but fouls it off to the left, out of play for strike number 2. 0-2 the count on Rodriguez. Faith Aragon in the circle for Carlsbad. Witzel behind the plate. Flacco on first, Nahar on second, Johanna Aragon at third, Martinez at short. And Rodriguez wants to go for it, but does not break the plane. Flinches the bat just a little bit. It's high and outside for ball 1. 1-2 the count. Guevara in left, Schoolcraft in center, Fuentes in right. Same as it's been all game for Carlsbad. Swing and a miss for strike number 3. And Rodriguez goes down. That is the 11th strikeout, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, 11 strikeouts for Aragon. That brings up number 6, Angel Jimenez, the designated player, to the plate. 1 out, nobody on. As Hobbs needing to score 3 runs to keep this game going. First pitch hits the outside corner for strike 1. 0-1 the count. And if they do not put the 3 runs across, it will be a run-ruled 5-inning win for Carlsbad. Hobbs really wants to play for pride and try to get some runs on the board. Swing and a miss for strike 2. 0-2 the count. Hobbs has had 1 single, a walk, and a hit by batter. Those have been the 3 base runners for Hobbs in this one. So a 1-hit shutout. Hobbs would like to change that. Swing and a miss. So strikeout. Strikeout number 12 for Aragon. And out number 2 in this one. Hobbs down to their final out in this at-bat and in this game, unless they can get a 2-out rally going and get some runs across. Candace Harrison, bottom of the order, up for Hobbs, and a swing and a miss for strike number 1. And sometimes, you know, a pitcher just gets in your head and kind of psychs out not just the batter, but the whole team. And you just walk up there and you feel like you've got 2 strikes against you before you even get into the batter's box. And I think that's been the case for a lot of the Hobbs girls today. A swing and a miss as Aragon took a little something off that, slid it across the outside corner. So 0-2 the count now on Harrison. If she can find a way on, Jimenez would be on deck and Chavez in the hole. But here we are, 12-0, bottom of the 5th. And a swing and a foul ball down the third base line. So good job, as she actually pulled that ball all the way around. Got to watch for the changeup now. Aragon has been pretty crafty, varying the speeds of her pitches. And an 0-2 count on Harrison, staying tough at the plate, fighting off that ball. And that is going to hit the outside corner for a call strike. That's out number 3, and that does it. 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. And that is the ball game. Carlsbad wins in a run-ruled 5-inning game, 12-0. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. We'll do a quick wrap-up of this. This is senior night, and Coach Rotuno, the announcer up here, is calling for everyone to get into place for the senior night presentations, which will happen in just a couple of minutes. So we'll take a break. I'll wrap this one up, and then we'll come back. I'll leave the mic up for the senior presentations. You're watching and listening to Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Recognize the Carlsbad K girls, who have quite a list of seniors themselves, 9 of them. Starting off with number 7, Faith Aragon.
3,
I think they're getting the flowers for you here. We're going
6,
to
7, 8,
have no idea what type of flower, but it is flower.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Number 21, Jonna Aragon. Number 17, Maddie Flaco. Number 8, Hannah Martinez. Number 11, Haven Schoolcraft. Number 9, Natalie Nahad. Number 3, Aislinn Witzel. Number 5, Kirsten Guevara. And last one, number 13, Jasmine Lopez.
All right, so senior presentations began with Carlsbad first, and Carlsbad losing a lot of players at the end of this season. They have a deep program, and I'm sure in a very good JV team coming up, but they're losing Faith Aragon, the pitcher for this game, Joanna Aragon, Maddie Flaco, Martinez, Hannah Martinez, Haven Schoolcraft, Natalie Nahar, Aislinn Witzel, and Kirsten Guevara, plus Jasmine Lopez. So a lot of girls, and I mean, almost all of their starters are graduating. Only 2 of their starters who started this game are not graduating, are moving on to next year. Here we go with Hobbs.
Putting glitter on nails eyebrow, cleaning or wrapping nails to our friends, and ready to get you on water for after the 3 laps they make you all run. Cam, I want to say thank you for sticking by my side for the past 13 years. All the memories, all the fun car rides, and never leaving my side. You're truly my soulmate and best friend for me. I love you endlessly. Lexi, Candace, Naya, enjoy your senior year and cherish every moment. I won't forget our memories that we have with each other, and I'll never stop being best friends with y'all. I'll always be here for y'all whenever you need anything. I love y'all and play y'all's hearts out next year. Hannah, Ellie, and Maya, enjoy the rest of y'all's high school years and continue to play because I will come and watch you play. I love you all, and I wish I wouldn't have to leave, but I'll never forget y'all. Your momager signing out.
Senior Hannah Souter. Parents Zach and Susie Souter.
Hey y'all, it's Hannah Souter, aka I've been on varsity since 8th grade. After high school, I plan on attending Wayland Baptist University, studying psychology and sports management. I will also be playing volleyball as well. I would kids. I wish y'all all the best, and I cannot wait to see where life takes y'all and to see everything that y'all accomplish. Lastly, I would like to thank my parents for always pushing me as well. Not only pushing me in sports, but in the classroom and in my faith. My parents are helping me not only pursue my dreams, but to catch those dreams and make them a reality. I could not thank them enough. I love you all. Number 14, Suitor, signing out.
Senior Cameron Harrison. Parents Lonnie and Christina. And siblings Candace and Trey.
Sadly, this year went by fast, like everyone said it would. But today is the day I played my last home game with people I love so much. Lexi and Naya, I want to say I truly enjoyed all the years I've gotten to play with y'all, and I'm going to miss all the fun we had together and all the laughs. Ellie, I will miss catching fruit in the bullpens and joking around all the time. And then Jess, you still have a couple years, but don't take it for granted because it's going to go by so fast. Last thing I want to say to y'all is I love y'all so much, and y'all will always be my best friends. Now to the person I've been going to school with since we were little, Angelique. We have made so many memories together, and I want to say thank you for always being there. I love you, and I wish you the best of luck in the future. Now to my little sister, who will always be my lifelong best friend. I love you so much, and I'm so proud of you, and I will always be here to cheer you on no matter what. Now to my biggest supporters, my mom and dad. Thank y'all for always believing in me and always being by my side, helping me through life. I love y'all so much, and I will forever be in debt to y'all. Also to my other supporter, my little brother. I love you, Punk, and I want to say thank you for always showing up and always being there for me. I love you. Now to my teammates. I'm going to miss playing with every single one of you. I'm going to miss all the team bondings and all the laughs and all the fun we had. Every time we stepped out on the field, whether we were playing the number one team in our district or the lowest ranking team, we gave it our all. We fought until the very last point of every game. Having you all by my side is something everyone should experience. Y'all aren't just another player on the team, y'all are my family, and I will always cherish my memories. I love you guys. Now to my coaches. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to play for y'all, and thank you for helping me create memories that will last a lifetime. I want to wish Coach Crossland a very happy retirement, and thank you for coaching the Lady Eagles throughout all the years. Now I'd like to say thank you to my family members, from aunts and uncles to cousins to my grandparents. Thank you for always showing support to me in my games. I love y'all so much. Now this may be my last home game and last season playing softball, but I will always hold all the memories I had playing in my heart. Number 7, signing out.
Senior Kinsey Bennett. Parents Kevin and Dusky and sister Camry.
Thank you to everyone who is out here tonight. As the past 5 years have been some of the best times of my life, there has also been very many lows. Softball truly has been what shaped me into who I am today. My most favorite memory throughout the years was definitely the annual Rio Rancho tournament my junior year. From our fun, long, and storytelling bus ride, to the late nights of dying of laughter and stomaching from stupid Golden Corral that Crossland would always make us eat. From Mercedes and I have known him through agreeing to talk balls and being obnoxiously loud, to carrying that energy onto the bus and annoying everyone else because they were just trying to sleep. I would like to thank Coach Crossland for always believing in me since I was a little 8th grader, pulling me up and taking me to state and throwing me in to pitch the last inning of our last game. More thanks to Coach Boyle for believing in me as well. Not sure he believed in me those few times I've gone up to hit, but that one time I went up and yanked one over, his reaction was priceless, and he definitely didn't refer to me as PO for at least the rest of that day. Special thank you to my girls, Cameron, Edith, Gabby, Ruth, and Kaya, as we have all been through so much together. These girls have never failed me and never failed our relationship. They support me no matter what and have always picked me up when I fall. To my number 3 that is not here today because she is out living her dream and probably tanning in Florida, Cameron Cantu was and is always my role model. She is the bigger sister I never had on and off the field, as she guided me through hardships and always has been someone to look up to. Last but not least, I want to thank my parents, as they have seen me through it all, stand by me no matter what, and are always my biggest cheerleaders. I love you both more than words could explain. Although I do not plan on furthering my softball career, the love I have for the game will always hold the most special place in my heart. I plan on going into cosmetology this fall and further becoming a hairdresser and an esthetician. To my fellow teammates, always stay humble, work hard, have fun, and laugh loud. At the end of the day, it's just a game, and it'll all be gone in a blink of an eye. I love you all. KK Sozoli signing out.
this time, can we have all alumni Lady Eagles to join us on the field? All alumni Lady Eagles to join us on the field for a special presentation for Coach Crossland's retirement.
Man means a lot to me. Again, and I know I've always taken pictures of you. I'm all where? Oh, I'm all looking for my name.
Yeah, you're right there.
I think there's another one.
There's another one here somewhere.
Oh, right here. Lord Jesus, can we erase this? Yes, please do. And then, God. Should we wait until? Megan was right. I was already going. Hold on, wait until these got this. Wait, I don't even have to find. Okay, there we go. Hold on, you stop two right here.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and begin the special presentation. Brenda, don't forget. Hi. Please don't forget, we have 2 alumni up here. We just have to make our speech, and then we want a picture too, so don't forget about us. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Alex Salazar.
My name is Ruby Ojeda.
We are former players of Coach Crossland's from class of 2011. I not only had the privilege to play for Crossland, but to coach as his assistant for a few years, and that was when I developed a true understanding and appreciation for this man and his love for the game of softball and all of the Lady Eagles.
For Hobbs High, the Lord has blessed him to have coached 18 seasons, 500 games with 283 wins. That's over 300 players he's coached in his career. For 18 years, he had dedicated his time and energy to this program.
I think I speak for all current and alumni players when I say we cannot thank Coach Crossland enough for all the years on this field. You will be so missed, and we wish you the happiest retirement. Go Lady Eagles!
Yay! Guys, okay?
We're locked in.
No, on the top. It's on the top. See it? Yeah, there you go.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball as the presentations for the seniors who are graduating at the end of this year and, of course, coming off of the team at the end of this season being made. So congratulations to all of those Lady Eagles. And then a special presentation by a couple of the alumni who were students and players for Coach Crossland, who has announced that he is retiring at the end of this season. So pictures are being made at home plate with Coach Crossland and team members and former team members. And, of course, with his current team, the Hobbs Lady Eagles of 2022-23. So congratulations to all of those girls. I had to take a quick break as it's very cold up here, a lot of wind, and I wanted to be sure and be in place and be able to get to the second game. So that's all I need to say about that. So I had to leave and go downstairs for a little while and come back up. But I did leave the camera running and the audio on, so hopefully you're able to see and hear and enjoy the senior presentations here. It's between games of Hobbs Carlsbad, and I think it was very thoughtful and nice for the Hobbs Lady Eagles to also acknowledge all of the many graduating seniors on the Carlsbad team as well. And before they had their own little ceremony. So, again, very nicely done. Congratulations to the Hobbs Lady Eagles and to those graduating seniors. And much luck in the future and the next steps being taken in life. And, of course, congratulations on a good season for Coach Crossland. Also, softball is something that he has coached for many years here for Hobbs High School. Has been involved in other sports as well. So, congratulations all the way around. And in that first game for Hobbs, let's wrap it up. It was a 12-0 final score with Carlsbad winning. And they scored 12 runs on 13 hits. They committed no errors. They left 7 on base. Hobbs scored no runs on 1 hit. They had 2 errors and left 3 people on base. And so it is Faith Aragon, your winning pitcher in this one. And she struck out 13, walked 1, and hit 1 batter. And Bennett will take the loss for Hobbs in the circle. She struck out 2, walked 5. And there were home runs hit, a 2-run homer by Johanna Aragon, a solo home run by Faith Aragon, and a 2-run homer by Faith Aragon as well. And I believe that was it for the home runs for Carlsbad. So they win the first of this doubleheader, 12-0. But the second game should be coming up. I don't know, usually take about a 30-minute break between games, but with the ceremony, I don't know if they'll, I have a feeling we should be playing ball again here in another 15-20 minutes or so. I think they'll give them a time to go ahead and warm up again for both teams to do that, and then they'll begin the next game. So we'll have a bit of a break. Don't know how long, but we'll use that break to kind of to reset the board and the equipment here and try to get our audio back for our sponsors. And I'll acknowledge all of those sponsors again. Thank you very much. We started off playing those spots or commercials and lost them somehow technically early on in the game, but it was working fine for SunGuard, Hobbs Express, Devon Energy, Hobbs Rental, Robinson and Associates, Eunice Public Schools, NMR Pipeline, Lasco, First American Bank, Hobbs, Thriftway, Forest Tire, and Lee County State Bank. Thanks to our sponsors. And we'll take a break and be back with the second game of the doubleheader between Hobbs and Carlsbad here at Veterans Memorial Complex, the home of the Lady Eagles, on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Hello. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and it's time for the second game of the doubleheader against the visitors Carlsbad. And in this game, you have Medina in the circle for Hobbs. Rodriguez behind the plate. We'll set the rest of the field in just a moment. And Faith Aragon is your leadoff batter again for Carlsbad. She pitched the first game and now is playing center field in this one, and the count on her is now 1-1. So first batter up for Carlsbad. Top of the first inning. High fly ball headed out over the fence, dead straightaway center field, as Chavez was out there with a glove up, but it went out beyond center field and hit back around there on the scoreboard. So a solo home run. That is the third home run of this doubleheader that Aragon has hit. So an all-around good player, a pitcher, a hitter, and I've seen her out in center field as well, so she's not just a pitcher, but an all-around good softball player. Credit where credit's due. 1-0 now is your score. No outs, nobody on, and Fuentes up to the plate for Carlsbad. They lead now 1-0. That's going to be low and inside for ball one. So number 20, Kalian Fuentes in left field for Carlsbad, batting second. On deck is number 21, Joanna Aragon, your third baseman for Carlsbad. That is low and inside for ball two. So Aragon is on deck. And batting fourth is number 8, Hannah Martinez, your shortstop. Batting fifth, number 17, Maddie Flacco at first base. Third pitch also low and in for ball three. So 3-0 count on Fuentes. Batting sixth is number 2, Hannah Sanders in right field. Batting seventh is number 11, Haven Schoolcraft pitching this game. Batting eighth is number 18, Aubrey Hernandez, your designated player. And batting ninth is number 4, Paris Weldon, your second baseman. And 4 straight balls to Fuentes, so she takes a walk, and that puts a runner on. No outs, 1 on. Jana Aragon up to the plate. Martinez on deck. Flacco in the hole. First pitch is low and inside for ball one. And as a pitcher, when the first batter steps up and after on the third pitch she sees hits it out of the park, it throws you a little. So I think Medina kind of is in, there she goes. She kind of in recovery mode, after that. But she threw a good pitch. Aragon jumped on it and pulled it all the way around, foul off to the left side for a strike one. So 1-1 the count on Aragon. No outs, 1 runner on. 1-0 your score. By the way, number 10, Bianca Villa, is your flex player. There's a ground ball to Young. She throws it over to second base and gets the lead runner out as Boyle is waiting right there. So, and then it digs out. It was a low throw, dug it out, but a good play all the way around. So Hobbs cutting off the lead runner, throwing Fuentes out at second on a 5-4 throw for the first out. Aragon reaches on the fielder's choice. She's on first, and Martinez is at the bat. Flacco on deck, Sanders in the hole. And a swing and a fly ball is going to hit in shallow right. And the throw over to second base might have been in time, but the throw comes in. I think it might have been sun in the eyes of Harrison, who the shortstop, and the ball, I think, actually came through and may have hit her. And bounced, ricocheted off of her. But Aragon safe at second, and Martinez with a single, as that was in no man's land. Nobody was going to be able to catch that ball. Flacco, your first baseman, up to the plate. Swinging a long fly ball into right field, but Jimenez is under it. She catches it and makes the throw over to third base. A nice throw. It pulls off Young just a bit, but not enough for the runner to continue. So good play out in there in right field by Jimenez. So 1 out, 2 outs now. 2 outs, yes. As Flacco flies out to right field for the second out. Kind of acts like a sacrifice as it moves Aragon over to third and Martinez to second. Sanders up at the plate. That comes in low. Rodriguez blocks it out, keeping it from being a wild pitch and getting past her. That probably would have scored a run or an attempt at anyway. So 1-0 the count, 2 outs, 2 runners on. And that is going to be, oh, I thought that was going to be a call strike. So I guess it was maybe just a little bit low. Looked like it came in off the inside of the corner. 2-0 the count, 2 outs, 2 on, top of the first. And that hits the inside corner. Yes, it does, as that's a call strike on Sanders. So nice pitch by Medina, who's finding her way again. It's man, that throws you when you give up that solo homer on the third pitch of the game. But she's got it back. She's back in form, hitting the zone. Nice speed, and that's a chopper. It's going to find its way between shortstop and third. Harrison picks it up, hits the cutoff runner, as no chance really to get the run coming home, so they try to get that third out over at first base, and Sanders gets up, and she's hobbling a little bit as she's her elbow, I guess, and her knee, her right knee and her left elbow, she's walking it out over there, but it did score too. So it scored Aragon from third and Martinez from second, as Carlsbad very speedy around the base paths. And now it's 3-0. So 3-0 is your score. 2 outs. And a chopper over to shortstop. Harrison picks it up and pulls Garcia off the bag, and was probably not going to get it in time anyway, as Sanders blazed her way over to first base. So an infield single for Sanders moves the runner around to second as well. And that was Schoolcraft. I think I said Sanders. And it's a 1-1 pitch now, as my score bug disappeared on me, so I had to pull that back in. Sorry about that. 1-1. Swing and a miss on Hernandez. So now 1 ball, 2 strike count on Hernandez. And that's fouled off over to the left for strike 2. So 1-2 count on Aubrey Hernandez, batting in the 8th slot. 2 outs, 2 on. Hobbs would like to get this third out without giving up any more runs. And there's a solid hit out to center field, but coming under it is Chavez, playing very deep, almost right back against the wall. And she grabs it and hangs on to it. So a fly out to center field ends the at-bat for Carlsbad. Not before they put 3 runs across. 3 runs on 1, 2, 3 hits. No errors, and 2 left on base here in the top of the first inning. So we're going to go to the bottom of the first inning. Hobbs coming up to the plate. And we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. In the top of the first inning, Carlsbad put 3 runs across on 4 hits, and there were no errors and 2 left on base. So we go to the bottom of the first inning. Hobbs coming up to the plate for the first time in this game, looking to get something started, trailing 3-0. And first up, the leadoff batter is number 5, Mariah Jimenez, playing right field. First pitch is in, and it's a ball high and outside as it gets away from Villa. So your battery for Carlsbad in this game is Schoolcraft in the circle, Villa behind the plate, Flacco and then around the field. I'll get to that in just a moment as that comes in high and outside for ball 2 as well. 2-0 the count. Flacco's on first, Weldon's on second, Johanna Aragon is on third, and Martinez at short. And this pitch is going to be high for ball 3. So 3-0 the count. Schoolcraft in the circle, and she's a very audible. You can hear her when she pitches. That is going to remain inside and a little high for ball 4. So Jimenez with a good eye makes Schoolcraft pitch to her and draws the walk. Schoolcraft has a lot of speed. She's a little more erratic than the winning pitcher in the first game, which is Faith Aragon. But she's still very dangerous on the mound. She's a good pitcher. She has a lot of speed. And she really comes at you, and she's pretty intimidating. Even the sound, is a little intimidating if you're a batter. So after issuing the walk, Chavez is up. She's got 1-1 count, a throw down to second to try to get the runner, but Jimenez is safe. A nice steal. She slides under the tag. So a stolen base for Jimenez puts Hobbs in scoring position here in the bottom of the first inning. So no outs, 1 on. It's a 1-1 count now on Chavez. A 1-1 count. Even Crossland. I was wondering myself too, for sure. Even Crossland was wondering what the count was. And that is going to miss high and outside for ball 2. Also, Schoolcraft is a fast worker. When the batter's ready, she steps on the rubber, and she doesn't waste much time. She works very quickly, and that is going to miss inside for ball 3. But a lot of pop in the glove and a lot of speed. So 3-1 count. Again, Hobbs has seen this pitcher. They pitched in that, and there's a swing and a foul back. That would have been a call strike, so the count's full on Chavez now. As Carlsbad did the same thing in the doubleheader in Carlsbad a couple of weeks ago. They pitched Faith Aragon in the first game, and it was a win, and then they pitched Schoolcraft in the second. So the Hobbs girls have seen both of these pitchers, but they're both very good pitchers. And there's a nice, solid hit. And the heart of the pitch, the heart of the hit, it goes to center field. And one heck of a good throw by Faith Aragon out there in center. Got to respect her. I told you, she is just an all-around good player. It's very rare to see a pitcher be that good of a pitcher, be that good of an all-around player as well. In the field, she's got a great throwing arm from the field and great at the bat. But we're talking about who is at the bat right now after Chavez smoked a single, a line drive out to center field, and now runners at the corners. Oh, a swing and a miss as Boyle, I think she sort of tried to check that swing about halfway through it and really wanted that one back. So no outs, 2 runners on. Hobbs looking good to put some runs across the plate in this at-bat. A swing and a foul tip back to the screen for strike 2. So Boyle going to protect the plate, trying to bring runners around and in. Hobbs trails 3-0 here in the bottom of the first, but they're in business with a couple of runners on base. And a swing and a high pop is headed out to second base. Weldon's Aragon catches it, comes in from center, and makes one heck of a good throw right to Villa behind the plate as well to hold the runner on, hold Jimenez on over at third. So Chavez still on first, Jimenez over on third. And that pitch is going to be high and outside for ball one. So 1 out now. And a swing and a miss. A good cut by Garcia for a 1-1 count now. As that fly out to center field for the first out. But Hobbs still with runners at the corners, threatening. And Garcia, a swing and a miss. She was in front of that. Schoolcraft took a little speed off of that, just an off-speed pitch. And got Garcia, who's due. She is one of Hobbs' most dependable batters. And that runs inside for ball two. In fact, if Garcia hadn't moved back a little bit, I think that would have hit her. 2-2 the count. 1 out, 2 runners on. Hobbs trailing 3-0. They need to get some runs across. Don't want to strand those runners here in the bottom of the first. Oh, and Garcia was sitting and ready for a fastball and protecting the plate. Went for an outside riser and struck out. So 2 outs now. 2 outs, 2 on. Hobbs trailing 3-0. Now Marissa Young at the plate, and that is going to hit the outside corner for strike one. So a fastball on the outside corner. An 0-1 count. Young, left-handed batter. Looking to... Oh, and a ball is going to get away. It's low, and and they say that the runner, Jimenez, ducked under the tag as that was a wild pitch, and it got away from Villa, and Villa came and tossed it to Schoolcraft, who was covering home plate, and Jimenez swept under the tag, so Hobbs is on the board, 3-1. And the runner moved over to second, and that pitch is going to be outside for ball two. So 2-1 the count on Young now. Young at the plate, 2 outs, but 1 runner across, and Chavez out there on second base in scoring position. Oh, and that catches the outside corner. Yes, a good pitch. 2-2 on Young. 2 outs, runner at second. Hobbs really would like to keep the line moving here. Just keep this at-bat going. A swing and a miss, and that's the second strikeout for Schoolcraft. So that is out number 3, but Hobbs does put a run across the plate, and they do it with 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. So we go to the top of the second inning, and Hobbs trailing 3-1. Carlsbad's coming back up to the plate, and we'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And we will acknowledge our sponsors and say a big thank you to Lee County State Bank, to Forest Tire, to Thriftway, to First American Bank Hobbs, to Lasco, to NMR Pipeline, to EPS, Eunice Public Schools, supporting the Hobbs Lady Eagles, Robinson and Associates, Hobbs Rental, Devon Energy, Hobbs Express, and SunGuard. Thank you very much to our sponsors, and we'll have more Lady Eagles softball coming up. Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball as we go to the top of the second inning, and your score is 3-1, Carlsbad leading, and it will be the bottom of the order, 9-1-2 up. Number 4, Paris Weldon playing second base, up to the plate, and the first pitch by Medina comes in just a little high for ball 1. Medina in the circle for Hobbs, Rodriguez behind the plate, Garcia at first, Boyle at second, Candace Harrison at short, Young at third, Cameron Harrison in left, Chavez in center, and Jimenez in right field. And that is going to be drop in for a base hit just in the wrong place for Hobbs, just the right place to drop in and not be gettable by anyone. It looked like it had more juice and it was going to go out to center field a little more. It was just a shallow hit that fell a little behind second base, but far enough that Boyle and Harrison couldn't get to it in time. Chavez ran in on it as well, but it's just a base hit, a single for Weldon, who's on first. No outs, top of the order now. Faith Aragon to the plate. And the first pitch is a ball. So 1-0 count on Aragon, who had a solo home run her first time up to the plate today. She had 2 home runs in the game before this one. And there's a solid grounder. It's going to be stopped by Boyle, though. Thrown over to first, but Aragon is so fast. She beat out the throw, and it took a little while for that play to develop. Again, your short and second base are playing pretty deep, respecting the bats of Carlsbad, but takes a little longer to get to that ball because of that. But Aragon with an infield single beat out the throw, and it was a good play by Boyle. She got it, made a good throw. Just nothing you can do when the runner beats out the throw. So no outs, 2 runners on. Aragon on first, moved Weldon over to second. And your batter is Kaleon Fuentes, who fouls that one off over to the left to even up the count at 1-1 now. No outs, 2 on. Top of the second, Carlsbad leading 3-1 in this second of a doubleheader here at Veterans Memorial Complex, the home of the Lady Eagles. The field lights are starting to come on. They are on now. The sun came out in time for a sunset. There's a ground ball headed to shortstop. Harrison picks it up, throws to first, and yes, gets Fuentes out by about a step. It does move the runners, but now 1 out. So Fuentes is out 6-3. And the runners, Aragon over to third, or to second rather. Weldon is on third, and Aragon is at second. And Johanna Aragon, third baseman, up to the plate. And pulls that one way early on top of it. Sends it out of play off to the left for strike number 1. So 1 out, now 0-1 count. 2 runners on in second and third for Carlsbad. They won the first game 12-0. And that is a hard hit grounder, but it goes foul down the left base line for strike number 2. (12-0) in a 5-inning game. The first of the doubleheader went to Carlsbad, but Hobbs would like to split the doubleheader, and they're doing what they can here. That's going to be a hot grounder up the middle. Harrison dives for it, but it goes out. Chavez sends it in, plays it as well as she can, makes a throw, but 2 runners score. So Weldon comes in. Aragon comes in. And now it is 5-1. Favor of Carlsbad. Aragon with a 2 RBI single. And Martinez steps up, a high fly ball going out to center field. Chavez making a nice grab, comes in a few feet on it. Outfielders are playing very deep. Again, respecting the capable bats of Carlsbad. But now 2 outs as a fly out to center field, position 8 in the books. 2 outs. Flacco up to the plate, your first baseman. She bats 5th in the batting order for Carlsbad. She had a fly out to right field her first time up, so she's 0 for 1. 2 outs, 1 runner on first. That's a beautiful pitch. It hits the outside corner, and the count is 1-1. So 1-1 on Flacco. Sanders is on deck, Schoolcraft in the hole, but Hobbs would like to get the 3rd out before we get that far. A swing and a foul down the first baseline for strike 2. 1-2 the count. With that win in the first game of the doubleheader tonight, Carlsbad goes to 23-2 on the season, 11-0 in district. Hobbs is now 14-11 overall, 8-3 in district. And They would like to get this win. That would help them. And a high fly ball headed out to left field. Is it out of the park? No. It comes down. It hits the fence. Harrison trying to play it, probably having to fight the sun as well. And the throw is going to come in, not in time, and it's an in-the-park home run for Flacco with a high fly ball that hit the fence out in left field and then took a funny bounce. Harrison chased, made the throw in, but not in time. So Flacco with an in-the-park home run. Makes it 6-1. Still, or 7-1 rather, as that was an RBI as well as an in-the-park home run, an RBI. And a ground ball to Harrison at short. She bobbles it, picks it up, makes the throw, and not in time. So I'm going to have to write that as an E6. So Sanders reaches out. She reaches on first with 2 outs. And your score 7-1. 2 outs, 7-1, top of the second inning. So catch the book up and the bug up. Swing and a foul tip for strike 1. So Sanders on first base. An 0-1 count on Schoolcraft. She reached on an infield single and got stranded her first time up. That is going to be low for ball 1. 1-1 the count. 2 outs, 1 runner on first. 3 runs across so far in this, 4 runs across in this at bat. And a high fly ball is out of here. So an out of the park home run, a 2-run home run for Schoolcraft. So a 2-run home run brings in Sanders, who reached on the error, and Schoolcraft crosses the plate. And now bases are cleaned off, and 2 outs still. 4 runs have come across since the Lady Eagles had 2 outs. Makes it 9-1 here in the top of the second inning. So Hobbs just needs to concentrate on getting the 3rd out, get out of this top of the second inning, get the dugout, and get their bats swinging again. They put a run on in their first at bat, so they know that they can put some more on. First pitch is going to come in low and inside for ball 1. 1-0 the count. Your batter is number 18, Aubrey Hernandez. And that's going to hit the inside corner for a call. Strike 1. 1-1 the count. A swing and a miss as strike 2. 1-2 on Aubrey Hernandez now. Hernandez had a fly out to center field her first time up, so she's 0 for 1. Now 1-2, and a swing and a foul to stay alive at the plate. Count remains 1-2. Winning this game would certainly go a long way to maybe improving Hobbs' standing. There's no guarantee that it would happen, but they're ranked 12th right now in the standings in 5A in New Mexico. And yes, a swing and a miss as Medina threw a changeup, an off-speed pitch, got her swinging for the 3rd out. And Carlsbad batted around and put 6 runs across the board. They did that on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits. There was 1 error committed and nobody left on base. So we'll go to the bottom of the second inning. Hobbs coming up to the plate. They've got some work to do. They trail 9-1. We'll have more Lady Eagles softball coming up on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and here we go. In the top of the second inning, Carlsbad put on 6 runs with 5 hits, 1 error, nobody left on base, and we go to the bottom of the second inning, and it's 6, 7, and 8 due up for Hobbs. Number 7, Cameron Harrison to the plate. Rodriguez is on deck. Martinez in the hole. First pitch is going to be high for ball 1. In fact, it gets away from Villa. Comes up out of a crouch, but it gets to the backstop, but no runners on. So 1-0 count. Hobbs just needs runners. They need to put on as many runs as they can. Try to avoid an early end to this game. And that pitch comes in. It's a heater over the outside corner. Swing and a miss. 1-1 the count on Harrison. So 1-1. 9-1 is your score here in the bottom of the second inning. That's going to be outside for ball 2. Almost gets away from Villa. 2-1 the count. That is Schoolcraft in the circle for Carlsbad. A swing and a miss for strike 2. Flacco on first. Villa behind the plate. That is Flacco on first. Weldon at second, Martinez at short, Johanna Aragon at third, Fuentes in left, Faith Aragon in center, and Sanders in right. And that, is a call strike. The ball gets away from Villa, but she does throw down to first and gets the out. So Harrison with a strikeout. That brings up number 20, Anaya Rodriguez, your catcher, to the plate. So 1 out, nobody on. Rodriguez, first plate appearance in this game. Left-handed batter. She's the catcher for Hobbs. And the first pitch misses outside for ball number 1. So 1-0 the count. I mentioned that there's no guarantee that the rankings as they're listed right now would stay the same with the seeding that will come on Sunday by the NMAA. There's a swing and a miss for strike 1. But, Hobbs trying to win one of these games of the doubleheader and try to move up. Right now they're ranked number 12 in New Mexico 5A. And that misses outside for ball 2. And as it stands right now, Carlsbad is ranked 3rd. And, of course, there's no certainty that those rankings would be how the seedings would go by the NMAA. But the, number 1 team plays 16, 2 plays 15, 3 plays 14, 4 plays 13, 5 plays 12. And right now, the 5th-ranked team in New Mexico 5A is Piedra Vista of Farmington. And Rodriguez, with a good eye, works the walk. So 4 balls, and she takes her base. So Rodriguez on, and actually it will be Souter who will run for Rodriguez as the catcher. She gets a courtesy runner. And that will be Souter on first. 1 out, 1 on. Number 15, Alexis Martinez, your designated player or batter, is up to the plate. And that means that Candace Harrison is on deck, and then back up to the top of the order, Jimenez in the hole for Hobbs. Now they've got a base runner, just 1 out. 1 out, 1 on. Martinez at the plate, left-handed batter. And she looks at the first pitch. It's outside for ball 1. So Piedra Vista of Farmington is, if the seating stayed the same and if that's how it shook out. Oh, and Schoolcraft is going to fall, as that just happens sometimes. Sometimes she's okay. She waves everybody off. Sometimes you even, it's embarrassing as a pitcher, but things happen in your delivery and on the rubber. Just certain things just happen sometimes. Sometimes you drop the ball, and that happens more often than you would think. In the windmill, something happens and the ball flips out of your hand. You're gripping it too tight sometimes. But that comes across, swing and a miss for strike 1. 1-1 the count. Recovery it didn't take long for that recovery. And strike 2 as Martinez trying to catch up to her, but the speed of Schoolcraft too much right now. Schoolcraft a little embarrassed about that, even though these things happen. And now she's brought the heater twice. And smoke coming off of the glove. That one she misses outside. And the runner thinks about it. That Souter stays put on first, though. So 2-2 the count. But as it stands now, Hobbs might, if the rankings stay the same, that would pit Hobbs. And there's a pass ball. Actually, I don't think it's not a wild pitch. I think it's just a pass ball. The catcher got a glove on it. And it was the fourth ball anyway, so she takes a walk. So back-to-back walks issued, even though it looked like she was going to come back and get Martinez. So Souter moves to second, Martinez on first, and that is a very hard thrown ball, but it misses the zone. So 1-0 count on Candace Harrison. Up to the plate, batting ninth. That hits the center of the plate and at the knees for a call, strike one. 1-1 the count. 1 out, 2 runners on. Hobbs in business to put some runs across the plate if they can. And that misses low. A throw down to second to try to get the runner, but Souter is able to steal third. It's not in time. As Villa she knocked the ball down, but had to pick it up and could not make that throw in time. Good for Hobbs. It moved both the runners. There's a swing and a foul back to the screen as Harrison now with a 1-2 count, or 2-2 count rather. 2-2. 2-2 count. 1 out. Runners at second and third. Hobbs trailing 9-1. They need runs across home plate if they can get them right here. Swing and a foul. So Harrison hanging tough at the bat. Fouls one off. Count remains 2-2. But as it stands right now, Hobbs would have to travel to Farmington to play Piedra Vista. If they remained at number 12, Piedra Vista was seated where they are. Hobbs, that's a long trip. So what Hobbs would do is maybe try to move up if they can, or somebody else move up, even if they move down slightly. They wouldn't have to travel as far, maybe. And there's a foul, as I tell you what. Harrison is hanging tough at the plate, having to fight off some pitches, protect the plate, just try to stay alive at the bat, because Hobbs needs those runners in, don't want to strand them. Only 1 out, swing and a miss. So a breaking ball in the outside corner. And a fast one at that by Schoolcraft. So 2 outs, both of them strikeouts. 2 outs, 2 on, top of the order now. It's number 5, Mariah Jimenez to the plate. She walked and scored her first time up. And that comes in. Jimenez has to duck to get out of the way. It comes in over her head. A lot of speed on it, though. Schoolcraft throws very hard, but struggles with finding the zone sometimes. That comes in low for ball 2. And she has walked, let's see, she's walked 1, 2, 3 batters in this game so far. And there's going to be a little timeout at the mound as everyone comes in just to talk to Schoolcraft. Her infield comes in, so Crossland uses the opportunity to talk to Jimenez at the plate. Jimenez has a 2-0 count now. She has struck out 1, 2, 3, 4, and walked 3. She's allowed a single. So just 1 hit so far by Hobbs, and that was by Edith Chavez. And that is a call, strike. As out of the timeout and the pep talk, Schoolcraft finds the zone with a hot one across the plate. 2-1 the count. That misses high and away for ball 3. So 2 outs, runners still at second and third. Hobbs does not want to strand them, try to move them around and in. Hobbs trailing 9-1 in this one here in the bottom of the second, and there's a little dribbler. It could be trouble, though. It's picked up and thrown over to first base for the out. So, boy, just got her in the nick of time, and unfortunately, that means Hobbs does strand the runners. So, out 6-3 in the book as Martinez picked it up and fired to Flacco on the softly hit infield grounder there by Jimenez. So 6-3 for the third out. Hobbs threatens but comes up short as they score no runs on no hits, no errors, and 2 left on base. So we go to the top of the third inning. Carlsbad in the lead in this one, 9-1, and coming up to the plate. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan as we are in the top of the third inning. And your first batter up is batter number 9 in the order, number 4, Paris Weldon, playing position 4, second base in this game. She was a reserve player on the bench in that first game. And a 1-1 count on Weldon. So top of the third inning, Carlsbad leading this one 9-1. And that is a good pitch. I guess it was just a little bit low. It looked like it caught the corner, the inside corner, but 2-1 count. As sun has set now, field lights are on, and the wind is now blowing a little bit right to left. There's a foul going down the first base line. Garcia gives it a chase, but can't get there in time. So it is strike 2, 2-2 the count. Good hustle over there. That really was not a catchable ball, I don't think, by anybody. Weldon, first batter up for Carlsbad, and fouls that one back. So good job. Medina in the circle for Hobbs. Rodriguez behind the plate. Garcia at first, Boyle at second. Young at third, Candace Harrison at short, Cameron Harrison in left, Chavez in center, Jimenez in right. There's Harrison coming over to tell Medina something. That air is still very cool. Breeze is blowing. Swing and a miss. Got her. Took a little something off of it. Put it down the pike a little over the left at the inside corner. And strike out for out number 1. So good job by Medina getting the number 9 batter in the lineup. Now brings up the top of the order with Faith Aragon, your center fielder. She was the winning pitcher in the first game. In fact, she struck out 13 batters as a pitcher, the winning pitcher in that first one. Walked 1, hit 1 batter, and hits a high fly ball. It's going out to center field, and it is out of the park. An incredible performance by Faith Aragon. That's another solo home run. She hit one her first time up at the plate in this game. She hit 2 home runs in the first game of this doubleheader this evening. And she had a single and scored as well in that game. So Faith Aragon makes it 10-1. 1 out, though. Nobody on. So Hobbs needs to shake it off and work on getting the outs. Fuentes up to the plate. Your left fielder hits a line drive shot out between center and left. Chavez chases it. It hits the fence. A good throw in to Boyle at second and almost catches Fuentes, but she has a double, a stand-up double, and is in scoring position. So 1 out, 1 on. 10-1 is your score here in the top of the third inning. Carlsbad batting. Up is your third slot batter, Johanna Aragon, your third baseman, and swings and sends it off. A line drive foul shot down the left field line as Aragon was sitting and waiting on that one way ahead of it. And it was inside to boot. I mean, it ran inside on her, but 0-1 the count. A little grounder to Boyle. She gets it, fires it over to Garcia, and just like that, 2 outs. So nice play by Boyle, 4-3 in the books. She had to kind of watch that. It was a choppy grounder. Second out. Runner advances to third on it, though. That's Fuentes sitting over there. And that brings up the cleanup hitter, number 8, Hannah Martinez, your shortstop. And a swing and a hit. It's going to go over the fence as well. Yes, it is gone. And that is a 2-run home run because that brings in Fuentes. So a 2-run home run by Martinez, the shortstop. And that makes it 12-1. 12-1 your score here in the top of the third. With 2 outs, if Hobbs can just concentrate on getting that third out. It's tough because Carlsbad is a very good team. They're ranked 3rd right now in New Mexico 5A, and they have only 2 losses on the season. So they're a team of hitters. They've got excellent pitching, great fundamentals, and they're just tough to beat. They're just a tough team. That program in Carlsbad and in Loving, the programs run very strong and very deep for decades. First pitch is in, and it's low for ball 1. So 2 outs. 1-0. 2 outs, nobody on now. Good opportunity for Hobbs to get the third out. That comes in low for ball 2. 2-0 the count on Flacco. Flacco, let's see. Flacco, last time up, had an in-the-park home run out there in left field, an RBI in-the-park home run. That floats up a little high for ball 3. High and inside, 3-0, or actually 2-1. Sorry, I think I was following what the board said, and that is, it was 3 balls. Instead of 3-0, it was 3-1, and now it's a walk. So I was wrong, but we were both wrong. The scoreboard was wrong, I was wrong. So I had it 3-0. It actually was 3-1 at that point. And now a walk. 2 outs, though, and we're going to have a pitching change here as number 17. Number 17, Hannah Granillo, comes in to pitch. So Medina leaves the mound. Granillo comes in to pitch. I don't think any of the rest of the field is going to change at all. As Medina was the flex. She wasn't batting, so I'm assuming Granillo will go in as the flex player as well. So Granillo coming in relief with a score 12-1 here in the top of the third inning. Hobbs just looking to get that third out, and sometimes you just want a different pitcher just to shake things up, just a different pitcher that the other team has not seen, in this game, in this doubleheader yet, to just try to get the 1 out, get back in the dugout, and get a few runs up on the board to just try to keep this one from ending early. So Sanders coming up to the plate. Hannah Sanders, your right fielder. She reached on an error and scored her last time up. She had a single and got stranded her first time up, so she's 1 for 2. Schoolcraft awaits on deck, and Hernandez in the hole. If Carlsbad gets that far, Hobbs would like to shut things down right here. Get the third out and get back in the dugout. Get some bats swinging, runners on and around. So 2 outs, 1 on. Flacco on first. And that ball misses just a little. I think it caught the corner. It must have been a little bit low. So 1-0 on Sanders. And that hits the corner. So a 1-1 count now on Sanders. 1-1, 2 outs, 1 runner on. And there's a line drive shot out into deep left. It hits the fence, pops up. Harrison catches it, makes the throw into third base, and will hold the runner on. So Flacco makes it all the way around to third, and Sanders has a double, stands out on second base. And still 2 outs. Now Haven Schoolcraft up to the plate, your pitcher. She hit the 2-run home run her last time up, had an infield single and got stranded. And is this Schoolcraft or is this a, yeah, I guess it is. It is. Just with the, it is, just with the warm up, the hoodie, and then the hair under the cap. I didn't see her. A chopper over to Harrison. She picks it up, fires to Garcia. There it is. The good play, the good fielding, and the good throw. Finally, the third out as Schoolcraft grounds out to the shortstop. 6-3 in the books for the third out. And that ends the at-bat for Carlsbad, but not before they put 3 runs across. So 3 runs across, and they do that on 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. There were no errors committed and 2 left on base. So we are going to go to the bottom of the 4th inning, bottom of the 3rd inning, rather. Bottom of the 3rd. And Carlsbad is leading 12-1. Thank you. I was just about to ask someone to hit the lights here as it was getting really dark and I was having trouble seeing my book. So, yes, 12-1 your score here. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Hobbs coming back up to the bat. And they need some base runners and some scores. Lady Eagle softball coming up on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. A thank you to all of our sponsors. Again, technical difficulties in playing those sponsor commercials, but we appreciate and are continuing to mention all of those sponsors. We played them early on. Everything was working for the first, I guess, inning or 2 in the first game of this doubleheader earlier. And here we are. Hobbs at the plate, 2, 3, and 4 up with Edith Chavez looking at the first pitch. It caught the outside corner for strike 1. Edith Chavez with the only hit of the game so far for Hobbs, and this one, and there is a nicely hit ball down the third base line, goes foul though, so 0-2 count on Chavez as she hit a single and got stranded her first time up, and she hasn't been the only base runner, but she has been the only hit so far in this game. Jimenez also reached on a walk and scored. And Rodriguez and Martinez walked as well. So actually, Hobbs has had 4 base runners so far in this game. That's it. And that ball is a ball 1 and 2. And that is going to miss high and outside for ball number 2. So evens the count, 2 and 2. No outs. Chavez, the first batter up. Boyle on deck. Garcia in the hole for Hobbs. And that runs high and runs the count full. So 3 and 2 the count now. I've been talking throughout the game about the next step, because this is the final game of the regular season for both these teams, but it is likely, we know that Carlsbad will make the playoffs, and that's a call, strike 3 for a strikeout and out number 1. So another strikeout for Schoolcraft. I believe that is the 5th strikeout, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and she's issued 3 walks. Brings up Boyle to the plate. Boyle had the only hit for the Hobbs Lady Eagles in the first game of this doubleheader earlier. First one is high and outside for ball 1, 1-0. 1 out, nobody on. Boyle at the plate, Garcia on deck, Young in the hole, as the Lady Eagles trail 12-1 here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And that misses outside for ball 2. 2-0 the count. And what's next is the seeding for NMAA for the 4A and 5A teams and programs. That hits the inside corner for strike 1. Seeding will be on Sunday. They will announce that for baseball, and then for just 4 and 5A softball. That hits the inside corner. A lot of pop in the glove as 2 and 2 the count now on Boyle. The 1A, 2A, 3A girls are still playing softball next week, but they actually do their first round of the playoffs at the state tournament itself on the Tuesday of the first day of state tournament. Not next week, the week after in Albuquerque, actually technically in Rio Rancho. I think they're playing at Cleveland and Rio Rancho. Oh, a nice line drive shot out to center field. And the throw almost gets her, as again Faith Aragon is just an all-around great softball player, and she came in on that line drive in center field, picked it up, threw over, fired to first, and just about got Boyle at first. So Boyle on with a nicely hit single. Good line drive right up the middle, and that brings up Carissa Garcia, your cleanup hitter at the plate. Struck out her first time up, so she is due. Young on deck, Harrison in the hole now, Cameron Harrison. And a swing and a miss, as that was a riser. Garcia could not catch up with it. So 0-1 count, 1 out, 1 on. Hobbs needs to bring her around. That is going to hit the outside corner for a call, strike 2. 0-2, quickly the count now. Garcia going to have to protect the plate. Schoolcraft trying to notch up another strikeout here. And that is going to miss outside for ball 1. And I think that's fair. I think that missed. I think Garcia was afraid that it was going to be called a strike. But I think that's fair. I don't think that was in the zone. 1-2 the count. And Garcia catches a piece of one, stays alive at the plate. Count remains 1-2. So Garcia just needs to connect on that a little earlier, straighten it out. She is definitely a big stick for Hobbs and capable of good hits. She's capable of parking it as well. And that misses high and actually gets over the head of Villa. And that's going to allow Boyle to get to second on the wild pitch. So Boyle now in scoring position, and a 2-2 count on Garcia. And a swing and a miss as Garcia goes down trying, but strikes out for out number 2.
Number 8, Marissa Young.
And that brings Number 8, Marissa Young to the plate, playing third base for Hobbs. Struck out her first time up, so she is due. Left-handed batter, looking to get a hit as Boyle is out there on second base and needs to be brought home to win a strander. And the first pitch misses outside for ball 1. 1-0 the count. And that misses outside as well. 2-0. As the play-in games are going to be next Friday and Saturday in baseball and in 4A, 5A softball, and the baseball games are going to be a best-of-3 series, and the winner moves on into the quarterfinals in Albuquerque during the state baseball and softball week, and that misses low for ball 4.
Number 7, Cameron Harrison.
So four balls, and Young works the walk, and now runners at first and second. That brings up number 7, Cameron Harrison, to the plate, your left fielder. So 2 outs, 2 on. Hobbs not wanting to strand. First pitch is a fastball, and Harrison swings and misses. Schoolcraft bringing some heat. She definitely is capable of throwing very hard. 0-1 the count. 2 outs, 2 on. Hobbs trailing 12-1. That misses high and outside for ball 1. 1-0 the count. Cameron Harrison, also a capable hitter for Hobbs. And but softball, that misses low. Softball 4A, 5A will be a 1-game, one and done. Winner moves on, the loser season is done. So that is a very interesting situation to be put in. Definitely Hobbs wants to make that first round of the playoffs, and it certainly looks like they're ranked 12th right now. I think they will make the playoffs, but they will have to travel to do it, and it will be a must-win to be able to move on to the state tournament. And that is going to miss. That is going to be a call, strike 2, and that's going to run the count full. So full count on Cameron Harrison now. 2 outs, 2 runners on, first and second here, bottom of the third. And there is, a foul ball down the right field line, or the right, the first baseline. Didn't get enough juice to get it out to right field. And a foul just keeps the count full. So Cameron Harrison hanging tough at the plate. Fighting off and fouls another one back out of play. Hanging tough. Just needs to catch more than a piece of that. Count remains full. So it remains to be seen. Hobbs, I think, certainly going to make the first round. The play-in game is what I call it, because it's a play-in game. The winner makes it. And a swing and a miss. A strikeout for Harrison is the 3rd out. And Hobbs threatens again. No runs on 1 hit. No errors, 2 left on base. So we're going to go to the top of the 4th inning. Hobbs is trailing 12-1, and Carlsbad coming up to the plate. And we'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and your Lady Eagles with some work to do. They need to try to make quick work of Clovis in their at-bat here in the top of the 4th inning and try to get back in the dugout and get some runs going. Carlsbad scored 3 runs in their first at-bat, top of the 1st. They scored 6 runs in the 2nd. They put 3 more across in the 3rd. So 12-1 is your score. And Hobbs would like to try to keep them from getting any more runs, to try to keep this game from ending early. The first in this doubleheader ended 12-0 in 5 innings. So top of the 4th. And up to the bait is number 18, Aubrey Hernandez, your designated player. And there's a chopper that is going to go foul down the third baseline for strike number 1. Bottom of the order, 8, 9, and then 1 for Carlsbad. Be good for Hobbs to try to get the bottom of the order, get a couple of outs here as quickly as they can. Aubrey Hernandez struck out her last time up, hit a fly out to center field her first time up, and there's a line drive shot to Candace Harrison at shortstop. She moves over a step and grabs it and hangs on to it. A solidly hit ball, but a nice catch by Harrison for the first out. So a line drive shot to the shortstop for out number 1. That brings up the 9th slot hitter, number 4, Paris Weldon, playing second base. And she struck out her last time up. She hit a single and scored her first time to the plate. She's 1 for 2. 1 out. First pitch is outside for ball 1. So 1-0 the count. Be really good to try to get this batter as Granillo coming in relief in that last inning for Hobbs. And ball 2, I think. What, 2-0? I think it's 2 and that is inside for another ball. So 3-0 is the count. So 3-0 the count, as Granillo needs to hit the zone with this one. The take sign for Weldon is probably going to be on. We'll see. And she misses. So ball 4 and a walk. So Weldon takes first base. 1 out. Though Hobbs does have the 1 out. They can just work on the other 2. Top of the order, though, Faith Aragon coming up to the plate. She has hit 2 solo home runs in this game and an infield single and scored. So she is 3 for 3, left-handed batter. That is high and outside for ball 1, 1-0. 1 out, 1 on here in the top of the 4th inning. As the 4A, 5A girls, that is going to miss high and inside for ball 2. 4A and 5A girls will be involved in playoff games again. The higher seed will host the lower seeds. Anybody in 9 through 16 will go to the higher seed. And the winner moves on to the state tournament. The loser's season is done. That is going to hit the outside corner. A nice pitch. Aragon crouched on it, but did not offer. 2-1 the count now. And 4A, 5A games will start on Wednesday of that state tournament week. That is going to be 3-1 the count now. As a ball high misses. 1 out, 1 on. The smaller schools, 1A, 2A, 3A only, will play on that first day of the state tournament for softball on that Tuesday. That is going to miss the outside corner. So Aragon takes a walk. So 1 out, 2 on, as Aragon on first, Weldon on second, and Kayleon Fuentes, your left fielder, up to the plate. She hit a double and scored her last time up, grounded out to the shortstop, and walked in her other plate appearances. The first pitch is going to be a strike. 0-1 the count on Fuentes. 1 out, 2 on. 12-1 your score here in the top of the 4th. Carlsbad leading. Oh, and a grounder to Young, who makes a nice double play. Wow, very nice, as the ball hit. And Young picks it up, steps on the third base to get the lead runner, Weldon, out at third, and then throws over to first to get Fuentes out. So a nice double play turned by Hobbs. And that's going to be 5 unassisted, and then to 5-3 for the third out. So a double play gets Hobbs out of a jam there. as no runs score. No runs. And there were no hits, no runs, no hits, no errors. And technically 2 left on base as the batter, no, just 1 left on base. That's right, just 1 left on base as the batter grounded out and did not reach. So, yeah, no runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left on base. And we are going to the bottom of the 4th inning, and Hobbs trailing 12-1. They've got some work to do at the bat. They're going to try to get as many runs across as they can to try to keep this one from ending early. So 3 outs in the top of the 4th inning. We'll just keep it right here and say a big thank you again to our sponsors. Technical problems not allowing me to play those sponsor ads for you, but Lasco, NOR Pipeline, EPS, Eunice Public Schools, Robinson and Associates, Hobbs Rental, Devon Energy, Hobbs Express, SunGuard, Lee County State Bank, Forest Tire, Thriftway, and First American Bank Hobbs. Thank you to the support of Lady Eagles softball here. Hobbs coming up to the plate. It's 3, 4, and 5 in the order. Aragon, or actually, hello, Hobbs coming up to the plate. It's the end of the order. 7, 8, 9, Rodriguez, Martinez, Harrison for Hobbs. So bottom of the 4th. And the first pitch is going to be in, and it is a ball on Rodriguez. Want to know the count? Rodriguez, the catcher. She walked and got stranded. Her courtesy runner got stranded. She walked, and Souter, running for her, courtesy runner, got stranded on third base. The last time up. That misses outside for ball 2. So Hobbs just needs to get runners on any way they can, get them around, get them in. They need some more runs on the board, trailing 12-1 to Carlsbad, and that is high. So 3 straight balls to Rodriguez as it is getting very chilly. The wind has died down quite a bit. Now it's moving from right to left across the field, coming from slightly northwest now. And just the last glimmers of the sunset fading in the sky, and that's ball 4. So Rodriguez works her second walk of the game, gets over to first, and it'll be it'll be Souter running. Souter will run, courtesy run again for Rodriguez, and number 15, Alexis Martinez, the designated player, up to the plate. Left-handed batter. She walked and got stranded her last time up. So no outs, 1 runner on. 12-1. Carlsbad leading here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Hobbs trying to get some more runs across. And the first pitch is in. It stays high. Talking about the next steps after this, everyone will be on pins and needles waiting. And a foul tip back to the screen for strike 1. So 1-1 on Martinez. Ready to be on pins and needles awaiting the seeding to see who's playing whom in the playoffs and that first play-in game next weekend. Must win to move on, and the winners do move on. And then once they get to the state tournament, 4 and 5As will start playing on Wednesday, and it'll be double elimination for everybody at that point. Now, the first games for 1A, 2A, 3A on that first Tuesday will be one and done. Those will be the play-in games. So the seedings for those schools not out till a week from Sunday. And 4 balls. Harrison, or actually Martinez, that is. I'm sorry. Harrison is up to the plate next. I'm sorry. I was just getting ahead of myself. As Martinez takes the walk, moves Souter over to second, and brings up Candace Harrison, your 9th slot hitter, playing shortstop, to the plate. And the first pitch is in. It's going to be a strike. So 0-1 count on Harrison. 0-1 count. That is going to hit the inside corner for call strike 2. So 0-2 now. 0-2. No outs. 2 on. Perfect time for Hobbs to get some runs across, and a swing and a miss. And that ends the at-bat for Harrison. But that's just 1 out. And top of the order due now with number 5, Mariah Jimenez. Jimenez playing at right field for Hobbs. 1 out, 2 on, runners at first and second. And Jimenez grounded out to the shortstop her last time up. Walked and scored her first time up. She's responsible for the, well, she walked and was driven in by Chavez her first time up. And that is going to be ball 2. So 2-0 the count on Jimenez. Hobbs would like to get some runs across here, and that hits the outside corner for calls. Strike 1. 2-1 the count. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2-1 is the count. And Chavez awaits on deck. Boyle is in the hole for Hobbs. That hits the inside corner and runs the count even now. 2-2. So a call, strike 2, with Jimenez at the plate. And a swing and a miss as she chased outside, but with 2 strikes on her, needed to be protecting the plate. And Schoolcraft can certainly hit the outside corner. So a swing and a miss for the second out, but Hobbs is not dead yet. Number 1, Edith Chavez, who hit the RBI single her first time up, then struck out. She's 1 for 2. She's capable of hitting Schoolcraft. Swing and a miss for strike 1. So 0-1 count. Oh, and 1 count here in the bottom of the 4th inning. That is in the dirt. Well, if there was dirt, it's an artificial surface, but inside, and it's a wild pitch that gets away from Villa, and the runners move over. So Souter on third and Martinez on second now. A little bit closer. Hobbs just needs to move him in. A well-hit ball will score at least 1. Oh, swing and a miss for strike 2. Chavez, the pressure on her, and she's feeling it for sure, and would like to be the batter who brings in 1 or 2 runs, or even herself if she can get one. That's going to be high and outside for ball 1, so 1-2 the count. Again, Schoolcraft works pretty quickly. As a batter, if you need your time, you need to take it, get in the box, and then get ready, because she's going to bring it pretty quickly. And she does there, so Chavez strikes out for the 3rd out, and that ends the threat. Hobbs puts a couple on with walks. They move around but can't move in. So no runs on no hits, no errors, and 2 left on base. So we're going to go to the top of the 5th inning. Your score 12-1, Carlsbad leading. And we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and in the top of the 4th inning, Hobbs had no runs on no hits, no errors, 1. In the bottom of the 4th inning, I'm sorry. I've got attention on something else right now. In the bottom of the 4th inning, Hobbs had no runs on no hits, no errors, 2 left on base, and 3 more strikeouts notched by Schoolcraft in the circle for Carlsbad. Brings us to the top of the 5th. Top of the 5th inning. And the first batter up is Johanna Aragon, third baseman, playing in that left side of the field for Carlsbad. So Aragon up first, and she hits it toward third base. I think I was might have been a little psychic there, a little anticipating what was going to be happening on the left side of the field. But that fouled off for strike. So 0-2 the count now on Aragon. Aragon grounded out to second base her last time up. This is a line drive shot out between center and left, and Chavez moves over, gets that, plays it as well as you can, makes the stop, and a good throw into third to keep Aragon on first. So a single puts Aragon on, and going to bring up number 8, Hannah Martinez, to the plate, your shortstop.
Now batting Hannah Martinez.
And no outs, 1 runner on here. Top of the 5th inning. Lovington. I'm just about to tell you about Lovington baseball. Carlsbad leading 12-1. And I had a score come in from the Lovington baseball game. That's a foul out of play off to the right. That'll even up the count at 1-1. So no outs, 1 runner on. And let's see. In Lovington baseball defeated, Portales in the first of their doubleheader, 17-7. Pardon me. So Lovington, by beating Portales last night in Portales, and now winning the first game, is assured of winning that series against Portales, and that should probably sneak Lovington into the baseball playoffs. Excuse me. And that is a strikeout.
Now batting Maddie Flacco.
So a strikeout for the first out, and that brings Flacco up, and it's going to be a shot out to center field, and Chavez comes up on it again, plays it as well as you can, makes the throw into second base. So Flacco with a single and moves the runner over to second. So Aragon is on second. Flacco is on first. And number 2, Hannah Sanders, your right fielder, up to the plate. So the 1 out, the 1 out by strikeout. Sanders up. She hit a double and got stranded her last time up. Reached on an error and scored. And also hit a single and got stranded. First pitch is in. It's a ball. 1-0 the count on Sanders. A swing and a miss for strike 1. So 1-1 the count. 1 out, 2 on. Sanders at the plate. Schoolcraft on deck. Hernandez in the hole for Carlsbad. They're leading this one 12-1. Threatening to increase that here. And a straightaway shot up the middle. Chavez making the stop, and a nice throw into home plate. And everybody is going to be safe. But a nice throw by Chavez. She came in on that little line drive shot, made the throw into the plate, and Rodriguez stared the runner back at third and then threw down to first, trying to get the run. And did they? Yes, they did. They got the runner at first. That's right. But they did not get the runner at second. And then safely over there on third is Aragon. So Schoolcraft is at the plate. First base is empty. So Schoolcraft with a 1-1 and a straight shot up the middle, a hot grounder again going out to Chavez. That will score 1, and that will score 2. And Schoolcraft will dive for the bag back at first. 2 RBI single for Schoolcraft. So that's going to score Aragon. And let's see, Flaco.
Now batting, Aubrey Hernandez.
So the score's 2, and Schoolcraft now off on first base. And Aubrey Hernandez hits the first pitch she sees down the third base line. A foul ball for strike 1. So 0-1 the count. Now 2 outs. 2 outs, an 0-1 count. Hobbs just needs to concentrate on getting the third out, as the score is now 14-1. Swing and a foul back out of play off to the left for strike 2. So 0-2 the count now on Hernandez. Hernandez hit a line drive to Harrison at short her last time up, struck out, and had a fly out. So she is 0 for 3. Tips that one to stay alive. Count remains 0-2. 2 outs now. A runner on first. That's Schoolcraft after the 2 RBI single. 14-1 your score here in the top of the 5th inning. Ooh, and a smoker of a grounder. She pulled that one down the third base line, goes all the way to the fence, but a foul ball. She teed off on that one. 0-2 the count still. And Hobbs needs to get this third out, get back to the dugout. If they don't want the game to end, they've got to come up with some runs to keep the game alive. That's out of the park. That's out. Yes, it is. In center, between center and left field. And that is a 2-run home run for Aubrey Hernandez. So that brought Schoolcraft in. And Hernandez, so 2 more runs, and that makes it 16-1. But Hobbs will get a chance to bat if they do not score enough runs. They'll have to score 5 to tie it up and 6 to keep the game going, and they're at bat in the bottom of the 5th inning. And that's assuming that no more runs are scored by Carlsbad. So the bases are cleared, 2 outs, and the bottom of the order here, Paris Weldon, your second baseman, up to the plate. Let's see, she walked and got thrown out her last time up, struck out and hit a single and scored. So she is 1 for 3, or 1 for 2 actually, technically. And 2 balls, no strikes on her. 2-0 count, 2 outs, nobody on. And that comes in low and inside for ball 3. So Granillo just needs to hit the zone here. Got to feel like the take sign will be on. So just try to get this batter. That is going to hit the inside corner. Yes, I think that's a good call. As she moved back, but she's hugging the plate. So that did hit the inside corner. 3-1 count now on Weldon. And that hits the outside corner. Yes, call, strike 2. So Granillo coming back here. Coming back from a 3-0 count. Now it's full on Weldon. 2 outs, nobody on. And that is going to miss high and outside for ball 4. Almost got her. So now the top of the order is up. Faith Aragon coming back up to the plate.
Now batting, Faith Aragon.
Fuentes on deck, Aragon. That's Johanna Aragon in the hole if it gets that far. Hobbs would like to get the out here. And it is a strike on Aragon. 0-1 the count. 2 outs, 1 on. A swing and a line drive shot out to center field. Chavez comes in on it, makes the throw to second. Not in time to get the runner, but still played that well in center field. Aragon with that solid hit out to center field, a single. So she's on first. And Weldon moves to second.
Now batting,
2 outs, 2 on. Fuentes at the plate, and with her, Carlsbad's batted around. She tees off on the first one, pulls it all the way to left, out of play, off to the left for strike 1. So Owen won the count on Fuentes now. Still 2 outs. Hobbs just needs to try to work, get that third out here. That hits the inside corner, yes, for strike 2 on Fuentes. 0-2 the count. So Hobbs 1 strike away from getting out of this inning, this at-bat, rather, for Carlsbad, getting to the bat again, bottom of the 5th. That went outside for ball 1, 1-2 the count. There's another foul off to the left. Count remains 1-2. As I mentioned, talking about the next steps, everybody will be anxiously awaiting the seedings and to find out who makes the playoffs. Even losing this one, Hobbs should still make it. High fly ball. That's out of here as well. That's gone. Yes, it is. And that's a home run. That's a 2-run home run. Actually, yeah, that's a 3-run home run. Sorry, my bad. There were 2 on. So, yes, Weldon comes in. Aragon comes in. It's a 3-run home run for Fuentes. And that makes it 19-1. Carlsbad stretching out their lead here in the top of the 5th. They have batted around. So we come back to Jonna Aragon, hit a single and scored her first time up earlier in this at-bat. Now 2 outs, nobody on, and that's another home run out of the fence. Yep, it's out of the park. Back-to-back out of the park home runs for Carlsbad makes it 20-1 here as Jonna Aragon has a solo home run. And that brings up Martinez to the plate. Flacco on deck and Sanders in the hole. Still 2 outs. Hobbs now trailing 20-1. They will have a chance if they can get this third out as quickly as possible. They will have a chance to bat in the bottom of the 5th inning. But they will have to come up with a lot of runs to keep this game going. And everybody coming into the circle, just giving each other a pep talk, saying, hey, let's get the third out. Let's just get the third out. Get to the dugout and get back up to the, get the bats working. That's going to be low and miss for ball 1. 1-0 the count. A straightaway shot out into, and that's over the fence too, a line drive shot. I thought it was going to hit the fence. Chavez put her glove up, knew it was above her head, and 3 straight home runs, tough to deal with. So solo home run as Martinez crossed the plate. 21-1 now is your score. Again, Hobbs just needing to get the third out. But seedings will come in on Sunday, and we'll know who's playing whom. Hobbs should make the playoffs. We'll have to go on the road to play either next Friday or Saturday. And there's a ground ball to Harrison. It's short. She fields it, picks it up, fires to first. So 6-3 for the third out. And now Hobbs will go back to the dugout. They will have a chance to bat here in the bottom of the 5th, but they're going to have to put a lot of runs on the board to keep this game going. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball coming up on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. From the Veterans Memorial Complex, home of the Lady Eagles, who are struggling against Carlsbad, but Carlsbad is they're such a strong team, ranked third in New Mexico 5A, and just a tough team to beat. They're talented, a bunch of girls, most of whom are graduating. We found out with Hobbs senior night, and they recognized 3 seniors for Hobbs. The seniors are Cameron Harrison, Kinsey Bennett, and Hannah Souter. And the manager also as well, Angelique Rendon. So those 4 girls from the Hobbs program are graduating at the end of this, but Carlsbad's losing almost like 7 of their 9 starters and some of their bench, or one of their bench players as well. So Carlsbad be in a rebuilding mode next year, but they just kind of reload. They don't rebuild, they just reload. The program's very deep. And Hannah's coming in the bottom of the 5th inning now. Boyle up to the plate first for Hobbs. Number 13, Kaya Boyle, second base player, and the first pitch, a strike. 0-1 to count. Boyle, Garcia, Young, your first 3 batters for Hobbs, and that is going to hit the inside corner. Boyle thought it might be 2 inside. She jumped back, let it go, but umpire called it. 0-2 the count on Boyle. And a hit off of the end of the bat is going to be, I thought it was going to drop in, and Boyle is speedy. I thought she might be able to beat that out, but making a great catch, credit where credit's due. Flacco, the first baseman, comes over and grabs it just as it was dying and about to hit the ground. So Boyle pops out to the first baseman for the first out, and that brings up Carissa Garcia, your first baseman, to the plate. As Hobbs, trailing 21-1, would have to get 11 runs across in this at bat to keep this game alive. And there's a high fly ball heading out to center field. Faith Aragon coming under it makes the grab, so Garcia gives it a ride, but a fly out to center field for the second out. And the Lady Eagles are now down to their final out, and Marissa Young coming up to the plate. She walked and got stranded her last time up, so she's got a good eye. She could work the walk. Hobbs could get a 2-out rally going, but they again need 11 runs. Or actually 12 runs, right? 11 runs would get it down to a 10-run lead, so they would need more than that. And Young fouls that off. 1-1 the count now. 1-1. Again, the seedings for the 1, 2, and 3A schools won't be out until a week from Sunday. For softball, baseball will have the seedings out coming up on Sunday, and we'll know who's playing whom, who's going where next Friday and Saturday for those games. And a swing and a miss as Schoolcraft brings the heat. And Hobbs now down to their final strike. But Young could find a way to keep this going for Hobbs. Nope, swing and a miss. And that's a strikeout, and that's the game. So 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on in the bottom of the 5th, and that ends the game 21-1 in 5 innings, a run rule game, and win for Carlsbad here in the second of a doubleheader in Hobbs. And Carlsbad won the first one 12-0. It was a one-hit shutout. And in the second game, we'll be back and do the wrap here in just about a minute or so. But Hobbs losing the second one 21-1 here, and therefore they lose at both ends of this doubleheader. Their only losses in their district season, though, have come at the hands of Carlsbad. So we'll be back to wrap this one up here with more Lady Eagle softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and in the second of the doubleheader, Carlsbad wins 21-1 in 5 innings, and they do that by scoring the 21 runs on 21 hits, as it turns out. They commit no errors, and they leave 5 on base. And there were so many home runs for Carlsbad in this game. It's a little hard to keep track of all of them, but Faith Aragon had 2 solo home runs, and Fuentes had a 3-run home run. Johanna Aragon had a solo home run. Martinez had a solo home run. And Schoolcraft had a 2-run home run. And Aubrey Hernandez had a 2-run home run as well. Winning pitcher, Schoolcraft, struck out 11, walked 6. And Medina takes the loss for Hobbs. Hobbs scored the 1 run on 2 hits, committed 1 error, left 7 on base. Their hits were from Edith Chavez, a single, an RBI single, and Boyle with a single in the 3rd inning. Hobbs scored their 1 run in the 1st. And so they fall in both ends of the doubleheader. First game was 12-0, and the second game 21-1, both in 5 innings. And with that, Carlsbad improves to 24-2 on the season, 12-0, perfect in district, that is. Hobbs is now 14-12 overall, 8-4 in district. There are 4 losses coming to Carlsbad. But Hobbs came into this game ranked 12th in New Mexico 4A. You need to be at least ranked 60. The top 16 teams go, so it looks like Hobbs will make the playoffs. But they'll have to wait the seeding on Sunday to see who they play and where they'll travel to play their must-win game to move on. It's just a one-and-done play-in game to move on for 4A, 5A to the state tournament the following week in Albuquerque. The seedings will be out for baseball as well on Sunday, and then the seedings for the 1A through 3A softball won't be out until the following Sunday. So we'll know more this Sunday, though. But Hobbs, congratulations on a good season, solid 14-12 overall, and then 8-4 in district. They will come in, I believe, 2nd in district, and Carlsbad ranked number 3 in the state. So it's a no shame in falling to such a good team as Carlsbad. And Coach Crossland, again, announcing his retirement at the end of this season, was part of the senior night presentations with a special honoring of him with some of the alumni players coming back in for that ceremony. So congratulations on a nice career as a coach and educator, Coach Crossland, Coach Dean Crossland. Thank you very much for those years and all of those, the impact on all of those lives and players. That's quite remarkable. So congratulations to the graduating seniors for Hobbs. There were 4 of them who also were recognized. And congratulations, Cameron Harrison, Kinsey Bennett, Hannah Souder, and the manager, Angeli Rendon. I'm Dawn Morgan, and that's going to wrap things up as we will now await the seeding, and we'll have that information on Monday Morning Sports. We'll know who's moving on, who's playing whom, and where the teams will be either hosting or traveling. Hobbs knows that they will be on the road. It's going to be a busy Saturday as some of the games and some of the other sports and all are wrapping up as well. So busy times. Thanks for watching and listening, though, to Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball. And thank you to all of our sponsors, as we'll say a final thank you to Lee County State Bank, Forest Tire, Thriftway, First American Bank, Hobbs, to Lasco, NMR Pipeline, EPS, Eunice Public Schools, Robinson and Associates, Hobbs Rentals, Devon Energy, Hobbs Express, and SunGuard. Thank you very much. And I'm signing off. Thanks for watching and listening to Lady Eagle Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Thanks to Tiff Stuber for monitoring and reporting. We did have some technical difficulties, which we'll fix before we move on to playoff times. And just acknowledge our sponsors and thank them for the support. Signing off now from from Veterans Memorial Complex, your home of the Lady Eagles, with Lady Eagles Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Good evening.